Soon begin the forum, so please come inside and take a seat. So please check your cell phone. Put your cell phone on vibration mode. It'll be very helpful for the operation of the event. And we provide simultaneous interpretation. You can use the receivers on your table. Please turn to channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English and 3 for Chinese. Once again, 1 for Korean, 2 for English, 3 for Chinese. So we will soon begin the forum from 1 o'clock, so please come inside and take a seat. Thank you. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
네, 부산 글로벌 도시 포럼에 참석해 주신
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Busan Global City Forums. This is a quick announcement. The forum is about to begin very shortly, so I'd like to ask the attendees to enter the hall and take seats. And I also like to ask all of the attendees to take your seats. And I would appreciate if you turn your cell phones to vibration mode or turn it off. And you can find the translation receivers on your table. Please set the channel to number 1 for Korean and to 2 for English and 3 for Chinese. Once again, 1 for Korean, 2 for English and 3 for Chinese. The forum is about to begin very shortly. And see you soon. Thank you.
Because sustainable development is about designing and building the future we want.
시민과 가장 가까운 곳에서 땀 흘리고 헌신해온 각국 지방정부의 경험들을 공유하는 것은 우리가 또 다른 팬데믹의 위기뿐 아니라 기후 문제와 같은 인류의 문제를 극복해 나가는데 큰 힘이 될 것입니다. 중앙정부는 지방정부가 재정적 역량을 더욱 강화하고 국제 무대의 주역으로 자리매김할 수 있도록 적극 뒷받침할 것입니다.
I think that, the Busan initiative and, to be honest, the whole idea behind this expo has a few very interesting concepts.
다시 태어나도 살고 싶은 도시, 글로벌 허브 도시 부산을 위해 부산시 공직사회부터 혁신해 나가겠습니다.
Thank you. Welcome to Busan Global City Forum. This forum has been organized by the Busan Metropolitan City and BIFC. I'm your host, announcer Moon Hae-jin. Welcome to this forum. Thank you for joining us for this forum. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to ask distinguished guests from home and abroad, the panelists and speakers for joining us. Thank you for coming to this forum despite your busy schedule. Please give ourselves a big round of applause. Thank you. Welcome. This year marks the very first anniversary of this forum. The topic for this forum is the new paradigm for local diplomacy. Especially this forum is a chance to promote the identity of the BIFC, which was renamed into Busan's Global City Foundation, and through the cooperation with sister and friendship cities, we will take this opportunity as a strategy to make international exchanges at the local level as the platform for the local development. This forum is held both online and offline, and the BIFC is broadcasting this forum live on its YouTube channel. Just briefly introducing the program, we will begin with introduction of VIPs, keynote speech, introductory speech, and panel discussion and keynote speech. And I'd like to now introduce you to the VIPs who are joining us today. First, Song Soo-ki, the special advisor to Busan's women's policy. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. 네. 최영진, Chair of the Busan City Council. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And we have a lot of other very important VIPs, but my apology for not having enough time to introduce every one of them. But their names will be displayed on the screen.
네, 화면으로
Thank you. And I would appreciate if you sit through the forum to the very end. Now, let us begin the forum with the big thunderous applause of Now it's time to invite the opening speech, which is to be delivered by the Mayor of Busan Metropolitan City, Mr. Park Pyeong-jun. He wasn't able to make it to join us, but he did send us his video message. Please welcome and watch his video clip.
Well, this year is very important year for Busan Metropolitan City as we are preparing for 2030 Busan Expo. And against that backdrop, BFIC, it has been launched as a Busan Global City Foundation. So I'm very happy for that. And I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants on and offline. Thank you so much for your participation. The process of preparing for 2030 Busan Expo is a great asset for Busan City. So based on Busan initiative, we would like to bring new paradigm for the local diplomacy. And Busan has ranked number 6 in Asian city because I think that was a right evaluation of our city. It is a great city to live, and we will go forward to achieve our goal to become a good city to live. And this year marks the 30 years anniversary and 40 years anniversary based on our diplomatic ties with Barcelona as well as Shanghai. And again, until we achieve our goal of hosting Expo, we will do our best. Thank you very much. Well, thank you so much for
우리 박형
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the word message. Now I'd like to invite a very special guest who sent us the congratulatory remarks. For this message, I'd like to invite President Lee Choru of Governors Association of Republic of Korea.
회장 이철우 경상북
President, I'm Lee Choru, President of Governors Association of Republic of Korea. Welcome to the Busan Global City Forum. And I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of this forum. And I'm grateful to Mr. Hwang Gi-shik, the Secretary General, and Mayor Park Hyung-jun of Busan Metropolitan City for organizing this event. For Republic of Korea to rise as a superhouse in the international community, localization must be achieved. The province of Gyeongsang-buk-do is preparing for a great paradigm shift. It's not simply an effort to make local economy vibrant economy, but it's an effort to make sure that they play suitable roles and seek local development altogether and joint efforts. And of course, the efforts include the roles of local diplomacy. The international community is faced with crises such as climate change and COVID-19 and other infectious diseases, and we are faced with fast-changing environment. So it is more important for us to seek multi-layered diplomacy capability. When I travel abroad and see things happening myself, I realize that there are so many things that local governments can do in exchanging. Many advanced economies are pursuing horizontal diplomacy led by local governments, and it's time for us to promote local diplomacy and change laws and relegate powers to local governments. And the KAROK will do its best to make sure that the local diplomacy is promoted, and we are conducting researches on this front. So in that regard, I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of Busan Global City Forum, and I hope that this forum serves as a chance for us to learn the ways on how we can promote local diplomacy. To conclude, once again, congratulations, and I wish that Busan wins the hope to host the Busan World Expo 2030. Busan Global City Forum, and Busan will surely host the bid of Busan 2030 Expo. That was the Governor Lee Chol-woo of Garok. Thank you. Next, we have with us His Excellency Gabon's Ambassador to Republic of Korea, Carlos Victor Bongo.
Congratulatory remarks by His Excellency Mr. Carlos Victor Bungo, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador of the Gabonese Republic in the Republic of Korea, on the occasion of the 2023 Busan Global City Forum on the 6th of July 2023. Mr. Park Yong-jun, Mayor of Busan Metropolitan City, Mr. Lee Chol-hoo, Governor of North Gyeongsang Province and President of Garok, Mr. Wang Ki-shik, Secretary General of the BFIC, distinguished participants. In my capacity as the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, I am honored to express my warm congratulations and the congratulations of the diplomatic missions on the opening of the 2023 Busan Global City Forum. My special thanks go to the Busan Metropolitan City and the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation for the successful organization of this meaningful event. This forum is an opportunity to emphasize the increasing role and importance of local government in diplomacy at a time when international solidarity and cooperation is paramount as we face global challenges. The Diplomatic Corps will spare no effort to play its part in expanding cooperation with local and regional governments in the Republic of Korea. At the same time, our embassies are committed to the reinforcement of interaction between cities and regions around the globe as a way to accelerate sustainable development and deepen international cooperation. We appreciate the efforts of Busan Metropolitan City in local public diplomacy, and we wish this great city luck and good fortune in its bid to host the 2030 Expo. Once again, congratulations on the opening of the 2023 Busan Global City Forum. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, the Ambassador of Gabon. We heard from Mayor Park Hyung-jun as well as two speakers. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Hwang Ki-shik, President of the Busan Global City Foundation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Please welcome him once again with a big round of applause. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Hwang Ki-shik, President of Busan Global City Foundation. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished guests here today. Especially, we have Choi Young-jin from Busan Metropolitan Council, as well as Son Suk-ki from Busan Women's Daily. So thank you so much for coming today, despite your busy schedule. We actually have a lot of heads of Busan organizations, as well as the ambassadors coming from different cities. Thank you so much for coming today. And we also have Kim Yong-ha, as well as his staff came here as a group. Thank you so much for your participation. This year is the first year for the Busan Global City Forum. So what we would like to do is try to increase and enhance the competitiveness of our cities. So this forum is about local diplomacy. The title is the new paradigm of local diplomacy. So we have invited various experts in terms of local diplomacy so that we can share various visions on this issue. And the current administration is focused on the local diplomacy and balanced growth among different cities in Korea. As against the backdrop, the local government is trying to enhance their voices as well. And we would like to host the 2030 Busan Expo, and we're also going for Green Smart City and etc. in order to improve our competitiveness of Busan as a city. So we would like to be a leader in that aspect. We would like to discuss how we can improve our local diplomacy in Busan and in different cities. And especially from July 1st, BFIC will join forces together with the Busan BFM so that we can grow further. So it is somewhat nervous, but at the same time very excited to talk about our future together. And as a global platform, we would like to serve for the public and also provide services for the public as well. And we would like to become a foundation so that Busan can become a hub city in Asia and across the world. So I hope that you will be able to get the answers that you are looking for through the forum that we have today. And thank you so much for your support and interest. I ask you for your support from now on. Thank you very much. Well, in order to become the hub city, you have talked about your vision to become the platform. So please give him a big round of applause once again. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Woo Kyung-ha, the Secretary General of TPO. So as he used to serve as the former ambassador of international relations for Busan City, so he knows so much about the local diplomacy in Busan City. He also served as served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also served as a Secretary General for the APEC Summit as well. And now I would like to invite Woo Kyung-ha, Secretary General of TPO that was established in 2002. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Well, thank you so much for your introduction. I would like to congratulate President Hwang Ki-sik. So the Busan City Foundation was newly launched recently, and today Busan Global City has been held for the first time. So congratulations once again, and it's a great pleasure to be with you at this meaningful event. So, local era that is good to live anywhere in Korea. That is the national goal of the government. Let me repeat. So, local era that is a good to live anywhere in Korea. That is one of the goals we have in the government. So, the importance of local diplomacy is emphasized. So it is emphasizing the importance of local diplomacy. And as you know, the importance of public diplomacy led by the region is also growing. Busan City is seeking a new global city policy paradigm. And against that backdrop, it is very meaningful to hold this forum today with the timely theme of new paradigm in local diplomacy. So as I was preparing for this speech, I had so many things in mind, but I will focus on 2 points. First, local diplomacy or city diplomacy. We can call it para-diplomacy in English as well. And second, of course, we'll have to mention about the hosting of 2030 World Expo in Busan. So these are the 2 things that I would like to talk about. Diplomacy is important for the national economy, and maintaining and developing relations with foreign countries in a peaceful way for the national interest is very important. That is the point of diplomacy. However, with the development of democracy and the spread of social media, there has been a fundamental change in traditional sense of diplomacy. There are a lot of changes. So, against the backdrop, well, one of the prominent features of this change is the strengthening of public diplomacy. So, public diplomacy is actually closely related to para-diplomacy. So it means that the subjects of diplomacy have expanded not only to countries, but also to local governments, corporations, private organizations, individuals, students. So the subject of diplomacy has been widely expanded. That is the characteristics of public diplomacy. You can see this kind of trend across the world. And that is the key of diplomacy these days. We have many participants from different cities and different countries here today. So many of the ambassadors already understand the importance of public diplomacy because this is a global trend. And in 2016, Korea established a Public Diplomacy Act. And we also created ambassador position that focuses on public diplomacy. So what does it mean by public diplomacy? So basically, it is about helping others to understand who we are and make them like us. And also, when they create a system or law, we would like to have some kind of influence so that they can create a system that is favorable to us. So, for example, traditional music performances, food, sharing foods, and whenever we talk to students, I always mention about painkillers and medicine because public diplomacy is about some kind of oriental medicine that can boost the health of people. So that's the definition that I use whenever I explain what public diplomacy is. But these days, the local governments and cities are doing so much for public diplomacy. And against the backdrop, it is very important and timely thing for Busan Global City Foundation to hold this kind of forum. Today, world faces many challenges, as you know. Climate change, aging, health issues, education, and human rights issues. We have so many issues around us. we also have domestic issues, but it's intertwined with international issues. So we have no definition of border these days. So whenever we have a dispute, it's kind of difficult to understand who is to blame. And if we would like to talk about these issues, we need expertise in these matters. So whenever we talk about this issue, of course, the relationship between the national government is important, but also the local government's relations and individuals' relations are very important. So para diplomacy, public diplomacy, city diplomacy, we're coming up with this concept, and that's why that is the trend. So if you look at the UN statistics, so the cities with a population of over 1 million is increasing. So a long time ago, in the 90s, we had more than 280, and 8 years ago, we had 510 of them. So these cities, over 500 cities, had 1 million, and that number will be over 800. What does it mean by this? So whenever we talk about the global issue, the local government and local diplomacy, public diplomacy, has become very important, and the city's influence has also grown. Therefore, the cooperation between local governments is very important. This is only a natural thing. So when a couple gets married, we have to think about the residential issues and pollution issues. So it is difficult for one local government to address these issues. So we have to learn from other cities, other local governments, and apply their best practices in our cities. So I checked out the statistics of Busan. We already have sister relationship with about 40 cities. And Mayor Park Hyung-jun has been very active in making such a relationship with different cities. And I think it's very important that he does that. So we are learning a lot from these cities, and we are working together with the cities to address many of the issues that we face with. So for example, the transportation pass that we use, we actually transferred that technology to Southeast Asian countries because this transportation pass is can be very helpful for these cities. So probably you have felt that before. So these are one of the very important cases. So it is different from what we do at the national diplomacy, but it has similar characteristics to national diplomacy. So we will have to understand this, and we will also have to understand the characteristics of our sister cities or other cities that we work with. And if we can choose rightful items to cooperate with, then we can have fruitful discussions and results. And the second thing that I would like to talk about is Busan Expo. Of course, I have mentioned about Expo in many different places, but today I would like to connect that issue together with Busan and the local diplomacy. As you know, Expo has history of over 170 years. So when there was a technological development, it served as a platform for sales of such technology in Europe. But then it grew into an exchange of global issues. But then now we are more focused on pooling our wisdom so that we can address many global issues. So once again, through Expo, we would like to address global issues through this platform of Expo. So what can we do in Busan as a city? And I believe that we will be able to host the Expo. So we would like to go beyond just Busan and Korea. And we would like to contribute to addressing the global issue. There are many things to address. So in the process of preparing for the Expo, we have came up with various implementation matters. So Busan initiative is what we came up with. So what does it include? Climate change and aging, food crisis, and education disparities. All these issues are included in Busan initiative so that we can pool our wisdom to address these issues. So that is the core message of Busan Expo. So if we can achieve this goal, we will be able to move towards sustainable development, not just Korea, but also countries across the world. And I believe Busan Expo can be the foundation for such growth and development. So let me just wrap up my speech in terms of Expo. So the local diplomacy and city diplomacy that Busan has been implementing.
평가를 합니다. 왜냐하면 10여 년 전에
Because about 10 years ago, Busan Metropolitan City, when it first made its bid to win the Busan Expo, of course, the idea itself was a very important milestone for Busan's city diplomacy, but now it has grown into a national project, gaining attention from around the world as a key initiative and project for the Korean government. So I believe this is the good example that shows the success of the mixture between city diplomacy and the national diplomacy. So I believe that the 2030 Busan World Expo must be held in Busan, and I will do my best to make sure and help Busan win the bid. So to summarize, the gist of the city diplomacy is something that we must work together to solve various challenges. I believe that is the key point and most important in city diplomacy. And there are many actors, not just local government, central government, and also the students can be the main actor of the city diplomacy. There are many players, but most important, the city government, such as Busan Metropolitan City, will lead in the future era for humanity, and it will make positive contribution to the brighter future for the humanity. I believe that is the gist of the city diplomacy. So now let me conclude. I hope that this forum, I understand that this forum is the event to launch the new organization of Busan International Cooperation Foundation and Busan English Channel. And as other speakers pointed out just before, it is a chance for us to find the solutions to the future challenges. I'd like to thank all the officials for organizing this forum, the Secretary General Hwang and Mr. Lee Chol-woo and all other officials. Thank you for organizing this meaningful event, and I wish you a good luck and health. Good health. Thank you. Thank you. That was the Secretary General of EIFC 우경하. Please give him a warm round of applause once again. Now it's time for group photo. Before moving on to the next program, for this group photo, I'd like to invite all the invited guests up to the stage for the photo op. So for this meaningful event, we will take a photo for the group photo. So for that, I'd like to invite all the attendees and guests up to the main stage.
네, 진행 요원들의 안내에 따라서 앞에 서 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Thank you. Please follow the guide of our staff.
네, 의미 있는 기념 촬영에 제가 구호를 한번 생각을 해봤는데요.
For this group photo, why not shot the catchphrase, a simple but meaningful phrase that is, Busan is good. Once I say Busan is good, why don't you show us your thumb? I will say Busan is good and Busan Foundation for International Cooperation, and then we will also say fighting. But let us practice. Busan is good. Show your thumbs up. And Busan International Foundation for International Cooperation fighting. I will say first, and then let us begin the photo op. Once again, thank you. Now it wraps up the opening ceremony of the Busan Global City Forum. We will have a 5-minute break and begin the next session from 1:45. We will begin the next program at 1:45. So see you soon. We will begin the next session once the stage is arranged.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, the special session is about to begin very shortly. For this forum, we will invite the speakers from 6 public organizations first. Mr. Kim Jun-seop, Ms. Kim Yoon-hee of Daejeon Metropolitan City, Mr. Kim Yong-hwa of Jeonbuk International Cooperation Center, Gwangju Metropolitan City International Exchange Center Secretary General Kim Min-soo, Director Lee Chi-woo of BIFC. We will invite the speakers from 6 public organizations for the special discussion. The session will begin very shortly. Please come up onto the stage.
네, 이치우 부상
Mr. Lee Chi-woo, BIFC Secretary General of BIFC, Lee Chi-woo, please come up onto the stage. We will begin the session once the stage is arranged. I'd like to ask all the attendees to take your seats so that we can begin the special discussion. Thank you.
네, 곧 특별 대담을
The session is about to begin very shortly. Please take your seats.
네, 앞자리가 지금 많이
We have many vacant seats on the front rows, so come close to the stage so that we have lots of vacant seats. On the first rows, you can take the rows on the front.
주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 앞으로 오셔도 됩니다. 네, 명찰이 없는 곳에
You can take the vacant seats if the chair desk has no name tags.
네, 그럼 지금부터
Now let us begin the special discussion. But first, we have 6 distinguished speakers from city diplomacy. Let me introduce them one by one. Mr. Lee Chi-woo of BIFC, welcome. Mr. Kim Jun-seop from ASEAN Cultural Center. Ms. Kim Yoon-hee of Daejeon Metropolitan City Foreign Resident Support Center, Mr. Kim Yong-hwa of Jeonbuk International Cooperation Promotion Center, Mr. Kim Min-soo from Gwangju International Exchange Center, Mr. Jung Bong-jin of Pyeongtaek City International Cooperation Foundation. In Korea, the Korean government is pursuing city diplomacy and emphasizing the role of city diplomacy as pointed out by the keynote speech. So for this special session, we will talk about how we can promote mutual cooperation between cities and create a foundation for sustainable development. For this special discussion, we will first have the chances to have their introduction, and we have selected some questions in advance. So the speakers will be answering the pre-selected questions. We are very glad to be joined with the 6 officials. So will you please introduce yourself one by one for 3 minutes. Let us begin with Mr. Lee Chi-yu of BIFC. Would you please lead us off? I have a question. The BEFM and Busan International Cooperation Foundation have been merged. So what's your plan to help Busan become a global hub city? Yes, the Busan International Cooperation Foundation and BEFM was merged on July 1st, and we expect the synergy will be much greater from now on. In other words, the existing projects and the broadcasting function will be merged. The Busan International Foundation had 2 major projects. First was the projects that Busan Global Foundation has been undertaking. That was the projects to help Busan City to enhance its international competitiveness and raise its international profile. And the second is the support for foreigners and foreign students living in Busan, and make Busan an international hub to help them and support them. And this has been enhanced by the addition of the broadcasting system. So now we can say that we have hardware and software capabilities to help Busan citizens and foreigners living in Busan. Especially, Busan city is now gearing up to rise into an international hub city, and we are expanding our sister city relationship and network. So the BIFSP, our foundation, will create the foundation for sustainable city, and we will rise into the global platform. So I look forward to your support and help going forward. Thank you. Yes, the broadcasting was added, so we look forward to quality contents and service. So please, let's look forward to how you can help the Busan citizens.
Next, I would like to ask Mr. Kim Jun-seok from ASEAN Cultural Center. So the public diplomacy, the term itself is not really familiar to many of the people. So I was wondering if there's a case in point or representative program run by the foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kim Jun-seok. So it's an honor for me to be here to talk about public diplomacy. So Professor Joseph Line from Harvard University mentioned that public diplomacy is important in this era. So it is about winning the heart of the public in different cities, in different countries. So it is really about accumulating many of the assets in terms of diplomacy, and then contributing to the diplomacy based on the public exchanges. And it can also contribute to the humanity as well, and shared growth as well. So let me talk about one case in point. So there's a professor program run by the foundation. And after the Korean War, we had a Peace Corps, the U.S. Peace Corps. And during the COVID-19, we provided various preventive PPEs. And that is praised as one of the major public diplomacy programs. And we have established many of the programs in different cities across the world. And we also collaborated with the U.S. Metropolitan Museum and different galleries. And under the name 7707, we are running a program, and I ask you for your subscription online as well. Thank you very much. And so he introduced the YouTube channel of ASEAN Cultural Center, so I ask you for your subscription. Next, we'll move on to the next presenter.
김윤희
Ms. Kim Yoon-hee from Daejeon Metropolitan City International Promotion Center. Daejeon City hosted the expo in 1993. I remember visiting the expo and all the students visiting Daejeon to see the expo. It's a fond memory. And Busan is also has trying to win the bid to host the World Expo 2030. As a city that had hosted Expo, what tip can Daejeon can give to Busan City in engaging citizens? Already, Busan is making a very good efforts. So let me first introduce my center, and before giving that answer, is that fine? My center, the Integrated Support Center for Foreigners, is working to improve the living conditions for foreigners and attract foreigners to our city. And our resident support for foreigners living in Daejeon, and we are also undertaking international cooperation projects. I believe these are all the samples of the city diplomacy. But we are supporting programs like we have a total of 6 areas to support the improvement of living conditions for foreigners. The traditional markets and communication projects, and the volunteer service for foreigners, and many foreigners are increasingly volunteering for those projects. And my center was expanded in 2017, and we have about 1,300 registered members as for now. So they are conducting a very wide variety of programs. And other projects that we are working intensively are the public diplomacy awareness to youth, the local diplomacy outreach program, which is very popular among students. I believe that it's helping students to understand the basic concepts of city diplomacy and help them grow into future diplomatic leaders. That's it for the introduction of my center. And currently, the city of Daejeon hosted Expo 30 years ago. So this year we celebrated the 30th anniversary. So each and every year we are trying to become the global city. And last year we hosted the General Assembly of the local government. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of Daejeon Expo, and so we are having festival until August 27, and the Kumdori, which was the mascot of World Expo, is very popular as well. And the foreigner supporters are doing a lot and helping a lot in organizing this event. And I believe that the Busan will become the global city by hosting the World Expo, and it will help spread the awareness of Busan City in the international arena. And I'd like to once again congratulate you on the launch of the BFIC. I remember Kumdori. I still vividly remember the Kumdori, and I hope that Busan also hosts the World Expo again in 2030. Thank you.
다음은
Next, I would like to ask Mr. Kim Yong-ha, the team leader of the Jeonbuk International Cooperation Agency. So recently, there was an article that the Jeonbuk International Exchange Center has been renamed to Jeonbuk International Cooperation Promotion Agency. And as you know, Busan also has an international exchange team. So there was a question wondering if you have any plans to discover and promote cooperation business models between related organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kim Yong-ha from Jeonbuk International Cooperation Agency. Our agency was established in 2015 that focuses on public diplomacy. And last month, we changed our name of the organization so that we can expand the roles of our institution. So our agency focuses on exchange programs between cities and also programs to enhance the capabilities of the Jeonbuk citizens. So these were the introduction of our agency, and let me answer to your question. And as you know, we changed the name of the organization, but also we changed our articles of corporations and etc. and systems as well. So we have established, restructured our system, and because our roles and responsibilities are growing. What I envy of Busan is this international organization, and after the reorganization, I believe that we have re-established our systems, and I am looking forward to expanding our roles and responsibilities. So Busan is our role model and the direction that we have to go forward with. So we are actually holding various workshops to identify the cooperation programs and items within our local area. And for various local NGOs, we are providing workshops and programs to enhance their capabilities. And we are also working together with various public agencies so that they can participate in our programs in earnest. So the local diplomacy, where the local economy can grow together, is our slogan. So that's what we are focused with. And as a platform institute, we are working to create a system where every cooperation can go through our agency. Thank you so much for your answer. So we have invited 6 experts for this special talk. And next,
사무국
Secretary General Kim Min-soo of Gwangju International Cooperation Center, please introduce your center first. Good afternoon. I'm Secretary General of Gwangju International Cooperation Center. We were organized to promote the cooperation among citizens. We were established in 1999, and we, unlike other organizations here, we are a non-profit organization. Currently, we have 15 member staff and about 1,000 registered paid members and volunteers as well to create inclusive city Gwangju. Thank you. The Gwangju city is putting emphasis on the engagement of citizens, and the participation rate of citizens is very high. What's the secret? Yes, my center, as we implement the projects, the volunteers and the participants have their unique roles and unique responsibility. So rather than controlling or commanding what to do, the volunteers have the freedom to do whatever they can. Not just local citizens, but we are open to foreigners. And they can contribute to the programs in the same way as locals. Last year, we formed the official commission for individual nations to employ and recruit volunteers on their own. So both foreigners and international foreigners open the tradition, the booths to introduce their traditions and foods. So they invited their friends, and they also invited friends that we didn't know that were living in our city, and the quality of the event was enhanced. That's what we are witnessing. To add one thing, we are having the cultural exchange program via Zoom with Gwangju citizens and foreigners living in Gwangju. And for those programs, we hired facilitators from different countries. So the foreigners did the marketing and the program and the organizations and also promotion activities, but it was very effective and efficient, like helping them enhance their bonds and build cooperation and solidarity among them. And recently, we ran the campaign for donation for the earthquake victims in Syria, and we are also we are helping citizens to have the sense of global citizenship for both local people and foreigners living in Gwangju City. So like this, we are not just we don't just see them as attendees, but we understand that there are some misunderstanding or some uh, opinion disagreement, but we are also trying to give them more opportunities to get engaged. But we still have a lot of things to iron out before we can encourage more citizens to join. That for those issues, we need to secure more budget for our project. And the city brand of Gwangju City is the human rights and inclusiveness. So rather than sticking to the regional identity, it's time for us to expand our identity to meet the global needs. And for city diplomacy and the capacity building for the citizens, it should be implemented as well. Thank you. Thank you. No program is meaningful without the participation of citizens. Gwangju is showing us a good example in that sense. So to expand the city diplomacy, the churches put the highest point on the engagement of citizens when evaluating the city diplomacy. So today we have officials working to host the Busan 2030 Expo. I believe the cases of Gwangju metropolitan city should be a good lesson for us as it tries to win the bid for World Expo 2030.
자,
Well, last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Jung Bong-jin from Pyeongtaek City International Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jung Bong-jin, team leader from Pyeongtaek City International Foundation. So our agency was established in 2014. And it's an international organization. So compared to the metropolitan city organization, metropolitan cities, Pyeongtaek is a very small city, and the reason why we established our organization in this small city is because of this. Because Pyeongtaek has a military base, the U.S. military base, and that is 5 times larger than Yeouido Island, and it is populated by many people. And we also have air base populated by 10,000 people. So we have so many U.S. citizens. We have like a U.S. city stationed in Pyeongtaek. That's why we are located in this area, so that we can work on the public diplomacy with the people in these bases, military bases. And based on our diplomatic activities, we can provide various support programs for foreigners living in this area. And in few years, our goal is to create an English-speaking city. So thank you so much. Let me ask you more questions. So Pyeongtaek has a very unique characteristics, and you talked about the assets of Pyeongtaek. And is there like a specific direction that you're going forward with that is unique to Pyeongtaek? As I said earlier, we have the U.S. military base in Pyeongtaek. We also have Samsung semiconductor factory there. So the military base, let me talk about the U.S. military base first. It is located in Pyeongtaek, but it is as if it's California. And then all the transactions, financial transactions are done in dollars. So naturally, many public institutions in Pyeongtaek are involved with public diplomacy directly and indirectly, and we get a huge budget for such programs, for exchange programs specifically, including performances and music performances. So we would like to expand our programs to not just include the US but also across the world. And recently, US President Biden have visited Samsung semiconductor factory, and we also have Pyeongtaek Port in Pyeongtaek City. So we don't have many sister cities right now, but it is doing a lot of exchange programs. So we would like to expand our roles and responsibilities in terms of public diplomacy. Thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause. So we've talked to 6 experts so far related to public diplomacy. So they shared many of their cases as well as what they do for public diplomacy. Thank you so much. And we were able to learn the importance of public diplomacy as well as how we can cooperate further from now on. So starting from today, and if we have this forum every year, then we will be able to have more in-depth discussion. So we talked about the importance of participation of our citizens. So I ask you for your support and participation from now on. Now we would like to conclude our special talk. So please give a big round of applause to all the participants and discussants. Thank you so much. Thank you.
네, 멀리서 오늘 포럼을 위해서 참석해 주신
So once again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the discussants and participants here today. So we were able to have an in-depth discussion with your help. And as soon as we are ready, we will move on to the next session. We're going to have the discussion and presentations. As soon as the stage is arranged, we will get started with session 1.
소개를 해드리겠습니다. 잠시만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 오늘 오후 1시부터 지금 시각이 이제 오후 2시 15분을 지나고 있는데요. 2023 부산 글로벌 도시 포럼 함께 하고 계십니다. 이어지는 세션 더 풍성한 내용들로 가득하니까 기대 많이 해주시고요. 저도 오늘 2023 부산 글로벌 포럼 진행을 맡게 돼서 개인적으로도 무척 기쁘고 영광으로 생각합니다. 저는 여기서 인사를 드리고요. 1부를 이끌어 주실 김영재 교수님을 무대 위로 모시면서 인사드리겠습니다. 부산 상하이 자매도시 체결 30주년 기념 첫 번째 세션 주제 발표 및 토론을 이끌어 주실 김영재 교수님을 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 사실 지금까지도 중요한 프로그램이 많았었는데 지금부터가 더 중요합니다. 오늘 행사의 가장 핵심 프로그램이 주제 발표 및 토론이 아닌가 생각합니다. 저는 주제 발표 및 토론의 일부 자장을 맡은 부산대학교 경제학부에 재직하고 있으며 부산 차이나 비즈니스 포럼 회장을 또 맡고 있습니다. 오늘 행사는 이미 우리 사회자께서 말씀해 주신 대로 온 오프라인으로 함께 해주시고 계시고요. 특히 참석해 주신 분께 깊은 감사를 드리겠습니다. 1부에서는 부산과 상하이 자매도시 체결 30주년을 기념하여 부산 상하이 제2의 도시 성장 전략과 향후 협력 과제를 주제로 먼저 구상찬 전 주상하이 대한민국 총영사님의 특별 강연을 시작으로 하고요. 두 번째는 전문가 발표, 그리고 또 세 번째는 미래 세대 오픈 토크 순서로 진행이 되겠습니다. 먼저 줌이 접속이 됐습니까? 예, 줌이 접속이 됐죠? 예. 자, 본격적인 주제 발표 및 토론에 앞서 오늘 포럼을 축하해 주기 위한 축사가 있겠습니다. 오늘 축사는 아주 특별한 분이 준비해 주셨는데요. 부산과 상하이 자매도시 체결 30주년을 기념하여 상하이시 인민대외우호협회 푸지홍 부회장님께서 온라인으로 참석해 주셨습니다. 여러분, 큰 박수로 부회장님의 축사를 청해 듣겠습니다.
好，主持人好，尊敬的釜山广域市国际城市财团代表理事黄吉之先生，非常荣幸和各位一起参加2023釜山国际城市论坛。首先，我谨代表上海市人民对外友好协会祝贺论坛顺利的召开。去年是中韩建交30周年，今年呢是上海和釜山缔结友好城市关系的30周年。上海和釜山是在1993年的8月24号，也就是在中韩两国建交1周年之际结为友城。30年来，双方开展了教育、文化、司法、警务、港口、议会等各个方面的交流，成为了两国214对友好省市关系中非常有活力的一对友好城市。在民间友好交往方面，上海市友协也与釜山国际城市财团紧密合作，共同举办了10届中日韩儿童友好绘画展、线上公共外交论坛和大学生论坛，取得了丰硕的成果。今年5月，上海市友协工作组也访问了釜山，得到了黄吉之代表理事的热情接待，双方达成了媒体、青少年等多领域的交流意向。同时，今天还非常高兴，在论坛上，还会有不少上海的老朋友，包括原驻上海的总领事具象灿先生和东西大学中国研究所所长李鸿奎先生。去年呢，上海市友协还参与了东西大学中国研究所和上海同济大学战略研究院共同主办的第7届上海釜山合作论坛。今后我们也将继续 努力推动两地高效的交流合作。所以今天的论坛有这么多的老朋友，一方面要感谢论坛主办方的精心组织，为中韩新老朋友提供了一个对话交流的平台，同时也生动地说明上海和釜山的交流合作关系紧密、内容丰富，为增进两国人民的相互理解和友谊发挥了积极的作用。面对下一个30年，我们如何携手共进？在此，我提几点体会和建议：一是继续发挥民间交流和城市外交的独特优势。过去3年疫情期间，上海和釜山人民通过友好组织和友好城市的渠道，互相捐赠抗疫物资，给予支持和鼓励，书写了“道不远人，人无异国”的佳话。随着疫情的结束，人文经贸交流将逐步恢复，我们双方应当共同努力，继续发挥民间交流和城市外交在促进民心相通和互利合作方面的独特优势，通过加大各领域交流的力度，搭建沟通人与人心灵的桥梁，增进相互理解和信任，消弭隔阂冲突，通过推动城市间更深层次的合作，助力两国关系持续健康稳定向前发展。二是以战略性、前瞻性的眼光看待变化。中韩两国历史渊源深厚，共同的东方文明是我们凝聚共识、共创未来和平发展的智慧源泉。中韩是搬不走的近邻，也是分不开的合作伙伴。面对各种未来的变化和挑战，唯有同舟共济、团结合作，才能实现互利共赢，更好造福两国和两国人民。大道之行，天下为公。今年4月在上海召开了蓝厅论坛，以中国式现代化与世界为主题，提出了中国新发展、世界新机遇的论述。这是中国目前正在做的事，也为我们认识中国的发展和现代化提供了一个新的角度。我们双方应充分利用“一带一路”、RCEP 等合作平台，探索新的合作模式，挖掘新的互补优势和合作潜力，深化经济联系，实现共同繁荣发展。三，以创新积极的态度开展务实的交流。今后我们愿与包括釜山在内的韩国各地机构、企业、民众携手，推动两地在以下领域的务实交流合作：一，以人文交流为基础。相比政治、经贸交流，人文交流有着基础性、广泛性、先导性和持久性的特点，也是国际交流中最丰富多彩的部分。二是以青少年和青年交流为重点，新一代的相互了解和友谊是国家未来友好合作的希望所在。上海市人民对外友好协会今年将继续与釜山合作，举办中日韩儿童绘画展，并鼓励两地高校开展交流活动。三是拓展全方位、多层次的交流领域。上海是中国的金融中心，根据这次论坛的安排，上海市友协也通过我们的理事单位上海市金融业联合会，邀请到了交通银行首尔分行的汪永庆行长，特地从首尔赶到论坛现场，与韩国同行就金融领域的合作进行交流探讨。我们期待这次交流能成为双方金融领域合作的新的起点。我们也希望能在经贸、环保、科技等更多的领域和釜山开展交流和合作。各位朋友，作为两国最具开放、包容、创新气质的城市之一，上海和釜山的友好合作不断拓展深化，必将为中韩关系的维护、巩固和发展提供巨大支撑和助力。 让我们重温先辈们开启友好关系的初心，为今后30年乃至更长久的共同发展繁荣而努力。谢谢大家。
예, 부지영 부회장님 축사 말씀 감사드립니다. 이러한 뜻깊은 자리에 함께해 주셔서 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 예, 이어서 일부 세션의 시작을 알리는 특별 강연이 있겠습니다. 이 시간에는 구상찬 전 주상하이 대한민국 총영사님께서 부산 상하이 30주년 진단과 전환기 향후 협력 방안을 주제로 특별 강연을 전해 주시겠습니다. 구상찬 전 주상하이 대한민국 총영사님 무대 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 예, 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
여러분 반갑습니다. 방금 소개를 받은 구상찬입니다. 엊그제 그 한미 상위 방위 조약 체결 70주년 기념 세미나가 고려대학과 반기문 전 유엔 사무총장 재단과 함께 공동으로 고려대학에서 있었습니다. 그때 저는 이 세션에서 미국과 중국 미중 갈등에 대한 한국의 입장, 또 중국의 입장, 또 미국의 입장에 대한 토론을 아주 열띠게 했죠. 그 SLBM이라든지 핵폭탄이라든지 또 대륙간 탄도탄이라든지 뭐 이런 얘기를 하다가 하루 만에 다시 여기 와서 아주 소프트한 한국과 상해의 얘기를 하게 돼서 저로서는 조금 이렇게 혼돈이 좀 있습니다. 하지만 지금 그 상해와 부산시가 올해로서 30주년을 맞이하는 그런 아주 좋은 시기에 또 지방도시 간의 외교 전략, 또 상해와 부산시가 자매 결연을 맺은 지가 30주년이 됐거든요. 그래서 그 축하 세미나를 이렇게 하게 된 것은 대단히 시의적절하다. 저는 그렇게 생각을 하고 있고요. 또 부산국제교류재단과 부산에 영어 방송하는 영어방송재단이 합쳐져서 부산 글로벌 재단으로 도시재단으로 출범하게 된 것을 아주 축하를 드리고, 또 우리 한기식 대표이사님, 또 우리 시민 여러분들께도 축하와 격려 말씀을 같이 드리고자 합니다. 1993년에 아마 이제 부산과 상해가 자매결연 도시로 시작이 된 걸로 알고 있는데요. 상해에서는 부산이라는 이름으로 거리를 만들었고, 부산에서도 상해라는 도시 이름으로 거리를 만들었다고 들었습니다. 그래서 서로의 도시 이름으로 거리를 조성하면서 두 도시의 결연이 시작이 됐는데, 저는 상하이에서 3년간 총영사로 근무를 한 적이 있습니다. 그래서 제 경험과 바탕으로 오늘 몇 가지 말씀을 올리고자 합니다. 근데 제가 오늘 오다 보니까요, 이게 참 상해하고 이 부산하고 닮아도 이렇게 많이 닮았을까 하는 생각이 들어요. 먼저 상하이가 2010년 5월에 그 상해 엑스포를 개최하면서 190개국을 유치해서 아주 성공적으로 상해 엑스포를 개최를 했습니다. 성공적으로 상해 엑스포를 개최해가지고 상해란 도시가 세계적 도시로 거듭납니다. 부산도 2030년 세계 박람회를 유치해 성공하면 아마 제가 보기에는 세계적인 도시, 국제적인 도시로 지금보다 더 테이크오프 할 수 있는 그런 기회가 오지 않겠냐, 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 또 부산도 한 10여 년 전부터 국가에서 금융 허브 도시로 부산을 지금 만들려고 계속 가고 있습니다. 황 교수님, 산업은행이 지금 부산으로 아직 왔나요? 아직 오지는 않았죠. 네. 뭐 하여튼 산업은행, 그 다음에 주택도시보증공사, 한국거래소, 주택금융공사, 애탁결제원 뭐 이런 금융 허브의 그 단체들이 속속 부산으로 지금 넘어오고 있습니다. 명실공히 이 금융산업의 메카로 지금 변하고 부산이 있죠. 상해도 마찬가지입니다. 그 상해가 국제금융도시로 이미 거기는 인정을 받고 있습니다. 상해 와이탄 지역이 있고 푸동 지역이 있습니다. 그래서 와이탄 지역은 옛날 구도심이고 푸동은 신도심이에요. 근데 이제 이 두 개 합쳐가지고 양쪽에 세계적인 금융 회사나 그 사무실들이 다 상해로 모여 있습니다. 그래서 사실은 수도는 북경이지만 금융 수도는 상해예요. 그래서 옛날에 이제 그 중국과 세계 금융기관이 다 이제 상해로 몰려 있는데 푸동 지역은 옛날에 그 신도시가 있던 그 푸동 지역은 옛날에 비행장이 있었습니다. 공군 비행장이. 그리고 이 수려한 경관도 부산과 굉장히 비슷해요. 그리고 이 상해는 중국의 역동성, 그리고 중국의 근대화와 오늘의 중국의 변화를 보여주는 것이 상해입니다. 근데 잘 생각해 보십시오, 여러분. 우리 여기 부산에 새로운 신시가지, 해운대, 수영, 광안리 벨트, 이게 옛날에는 수영 비행장이 있었던 곳입니다. 그리고 청청병력 같이 다 바뀌었습니다. 요즘 수영하고 해운대 지역에 불과 10년, 20년 전에는 수영장만 있고 송정 수영장만 보였어요. 그런데 광안대교를 비롯한 엄청난 도시들이 지금 다 발전해서 부산의 신시가지로 전 세계에 이름을 알리고 있죠. 세계에서 가장 큰 백화점이 신세계 센텀시티에 있습니다. 그리고 또 엄청난 건물들. 저는 오늘 여기 오면서 북항대교라는 데를 돌아서 왔는데요. 우리 임석준 교수님이 저를 데리고 해 주셨는데 오다 보니까 너무 놀란 게 그 북항대교 이렇게 돌아가는 그 인터체인지라 그러나요? 그 상해에, 여기 아까 저 상해에서 오신 분들도 계시던데, 상해 푸동공항에서 시내 들어가려면 똑같은 그 북한대교 같이 생긴 다리를 지나야 시내로 들어갈 수 있습니다. 저 그것 보고 오늘 깜짝 놀랐어요. 그러니까 상해와 부산은 그렇게 여러 가지가 닮아 있다, 이런 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 아마 지리적으로 혹은 운명적으로 자매 결연을 하지 않았나, 이렇게 생각합니다. 제가 오늘 여기 글로벌 도시 포럼에 나와달라는 부탁을 받고 제가 몇 가지 이렇게 자료를 좀 찾다 보니까 부산 자료, 상해 자료는 굉장히 많은데 부산과 상해 자료는 거의 찾아볼 수가 없어요. 그래서 이 두 도시 연관된 자료가 거의 없다. 그래서 오늘 부산 글로벌 도시 재단의 출범을 함께하는 이번 포럼이 정말 시적절하고 이런 포럼을 통해서 두 도시의 여러 가지 이 상황, 또 정보, 이런 것이 공유돼서 두 도시의 협력과 발전을 앞당기는 계기가 되기를 진심으로 저도 바랍니다. 제가 한때 우리 황기식 교수님이나 황성민 교수님이 계셨던 부산 동아대 국제대학원에 이 두 분이 저를 초청해서 제가 교수를 한 3년 동안 이렇게 있었던 적이 있습니다. 그래서 뭐 그냥 이런 세미나나 혹은 이런 포럼에 오면 제가 평소에 알고 있던 걸로 이렇게 그냥 할 수 있습니다. 근데 날로 먹을 수가 없어서 제가 상해 그 시정부에 전화를 했습니다. 외사판공실에 전화를 했는데, 외사판공실이라는 건 부산시의 시장실, 기획실, 뭐 총무실 이런 거 합친 거를 이제 중국 정부나 중국 그 공기업이나 이런 데서는 이제 그 외사판공실이라는 데가 이제 그 모든 그 외국 업무를 다 담당을 하고 있어요. 그래서 외사항공시 주임한테 제가 전화를 했습니다. 야, 내가 이러한 일로 내가 부산시에서 내가 뭐 얘기를 좀 해달라는 부탁을 받았는데 너네가 부산시에 하고 싶은 거 원하는 게 뭐냐? 그걸 나한테 좀 얘기를 해달라 하니까 이분들이 뭐 없다 그렇게 얘기를 해요. 그래도 굳이 내가 가서 얘기를 해야 되니까 만들어 달라, 얘기를 해달라 그러니까 조금 곰곰이 생각하더니만 공무원 상호 파견이 좋긴 한데 이것은 영도들이 결정해야 되기 때문에 여기서 영도라 하면 영도 딸이의 영도가 아니고요. 중국 영어인데 최고 지도자 그룹을 얘기하는 겁니다. 영도들이 그 결정을 해야 되기 때문에 공무원 상호 파견이 좀 필요한 것 같다. 또 두 번째는 경제와 무역 분야의 협력이 좀 있었으면 좋겠다. 지금 뭐 여러 가지 교류가 뭐 팬데믹 때문에 잘 되고 있지는 않지만 그 팬데믹 전에도 고위 공무원들이라든지 공무원들의 상호 방문, 상호 교류가 없었다. 그래서 이걸 좀 풀어줬으면 더 가깝게 되고 서로 공동의 이익이 되지 않겠냐. 뭐 그렇게 얘기도 하고요. 그다음 또 세 번째는 더 많은 부산 기업들이 상해 투자를 좀 해줬으면 좋겠다. 그래, 그럼 투자가 얼마쯤 되냐 하니까 자기가 알고 있기로는 그렇게 뭐 손꼽을 정도지 투자가 많이 되고 있지 않다. 그렇게 얘기를 해요. 그래서 대신 자기들이 이제 비자 혜택이나 혹은 또 면세 혜택 이런 걸 서로 협력해서 잘 할 수 있도록 할 테니까 이 투자를 좀 많이 해줬으면 좋겠다. 근데 그 투자도 예를 들면 내가 1,000을 투자하면 상해도 1,000을 투자하고 상해에서 1,000을 투자하면 뭐 부산도 또 1,000을 투자하는, 그러니까 즉 동일한 조건에서 동일한 크기의 투자를 하면 서로 이익이 되지 않겠냐, 뭐 이런 얘기도 상해 시정부에서는 하고 있습니다. 또 상해 기업들이 부산에 투자하고 싶은데 이건 우리가 좀 반성해야 될 부분인 것 같아요. 투자 사고가 조금씩 났다는 얘기를 저한테 해요. 그래서 그게 뭔지 난 잘 모르겠지만 투자 사고 뭐가 있었냐? 그러니까 무슨 LCT 무슨 건설하면서 한 800억 정도 투자했는데 뭐 가운데 누가 뭐 어떻게 해가지고 80억도 못 건졌다, 뭐 이런 얘기를 저한테 하길래 그건 내가 보기에는 개인적인 것 같다, 네, 이렇게 얘기를 했는데 하여튼 이를테면 그것도 우리한테 얘기를 했습니다. 그래서 이제 결국 그쪽에서 요구한다기보다 이제 부산에 희망하는 것은 역시 교류입니다. 영도의 교류, 그러니까 지도자들의 교류, 이게 굉장히 중요하다. 그래서 상해 시정부에서는 교류를 최우선으로 하고 있다. 그래서 이 테마는 부산 글로벌 도시 포럼에 맞는 테마다, 저는 이렇게 봅니다. 그래서 여기 아까 보니까 그 은행, 중국 은행에서도 오셔서 진정 오셔서 이렇게 강연도 해주시고 아마 요 다음 세션에서 이제 대화도 있을 것 같은데, 이를테면 이런 교류가 상당히 중요하다, 그런 얘기가 결론입니다. 그래서 상해를 이제 저희 이제 정치하는 저희들 입장에서 보면 상해를 하나의 도시로 보고 이렇게 어프로치를 하면 실수할 가능성이 많습니다. 상해는 국가로 봐야 됩니다. 우리 입장에서 보면 물론 중국이라는 큰 국가가 있지요. 대한민국이라는 국가도 있지만, 그러나 지방자치가 오히려 우리보다 훨씬 오래되고 정확하게 하는 것이 중국입니다. 그래서 국가 대 국가의 자격으로 이렇게 모든 것을 정리하면서 이렇게 협조하는 것이 상호 양 도시들의 발전을 위해서 더 좋지 않은가, 이런 생각이 듭니다. 제가 또 한번 생각해 본 게 이제 우리 젊은이들의 교류인데요. 양 국가의 미래, 또 양 도시의 미래인 부산의 청년, 부산의 젊은이들과 상해의 젊은이들의 교류.
The exchange program between Shanghai students and Korean students is important because I searched for some materials in Busan. Cultural exchange there have not been many cultural programs between Korea and China. About 10 years ago, Busan University invited Shanghai's play concert company, and that was a good case. When I was serving as the general counsel in Shanghai, Dongsu University Council came to Shanghai and visited the sister university and also visited my council, and I gave him some tips. I believe so. I believe that student exchange program is very important. Because that will help promote exchange. And most importantly, the programs don't cost very much, especially for student exchange programs. The programs don't cost very much. We need budget for every program, but student exchange program, you don't have to invest a lot of money. That's the biggest strength. So that's one of the reasons that we can promote student exchange program, like dancing company or sports teams can be invited to mutual cities to promote local cities exchange and to promote exchange between city councils. So sports exchange, culture exchange, and student exchange are the good examples to promote exchanges between cities. Chinese young people love BTS and Korean pop stars. My Love from the Star was very popular in Shanghai. Kim Soo-hyun. There's a Korean street near my council. I think Kim Soo-hyun was a model for bakery brand back then. So the shop had the real size photo of actor Kim Soo-hyun, and later some students took the head from the picture. Every time they set up the signboard, people would take the photo. And tteokbokki was very popular back then, and there was no one selling tteokbokki. Chinese people opened the tteokbokki stalls selling claiming that they are selling Korean tteokbokkis. I tried, and it was very spicy, but Chinese people didn't care that they really liked the Chinese version of tteokbokki. And Chinese government implemented anti-Korean campaign. But Hyomhan론 is the term coined by the Chinese media. Unlike Korea, Chinese media is very cautious about the government censorship. And the new trade conflict between the US and China these days, people call this the new Cold War. And 50 years later, we are living so-called the era of new Cold War, the G2 in trade disputes. But Korea is in fact closer to the US, and China is not very happy about it. So that's why China has ordered the Korea restriction orders. But that is not the government official initiative, but the voluntary activities among Chinese netizens. So the Chinese internet users keep attacking and Korean contents, but it's never possible to prevent Korean culture getting popular in China. That's because Chinese students are very favorable, favorable to Korea. I sometimes say that you can fight with China, but people in China and people in Korea, they should never fight against each other. Government can fight, but people can never fight, because you can never mend the fences once people fight against people. So the biggest problem is the online disputes between people in both countries. So once again, it's very important to promote student exchange. Take Dokdo Islet issue. Japan claimed that Dokdo is their territory. Dokdo is the Korean territory, but the people in both countries should not have quarrel about that. But fortunately, the two governments are fighting against each other, not people. But what's more important is that Japanese government is arguing that Dokdo Islet is theirs. So is the case with China. This is Global City Forum, but today my lecture is about Korea and China, so that's why I'm focusing on China. So most important is the people in both countries, especially the young people, they can have discussions but never fight with each other, but have exchange program among students to develop this into an active discussion. So that's why I keep saying that students exchange program is very important. We have lots of young attendees today here, and many students who must be interested in diplomacy. So let me focus on young people, the younger generation. What should we do to make sure that Korea and China gets closer and become favorable to each other? To do so, Shanghai and Busan, we need to look back on how the two cities have grown so far in the 1990s, 2000s, and 2030 in 10-year milestones. In 10-year unit, let me touch upon some important milestones for the past decades. In 1990s, Korea and China's relations was the time when Korea's technology combined with Chinese low-cost labor force. When I was graduated from the university, the Chinese graduates, college graduates received 80,000 Korean won in the 1990s and 120,000 won in foreign company. I was young then. When I took out a $100 bill, people thought me I was from a very rich family.
불 700원이었거든.
In the 90s, so there was the business between Korea and China. So the business relationship was on the rise between Korea and China back then during the 90s. And in Busan, we actually had a lot of shoe factories such as Nike and Adidas. So these factories were transferred to China in the 90s. So let me check on my time. So it seems like I have to conclude my speech. It seems like I just started my speech, but then I have to conclude right now. During the 90s, we had that relationship, and in the 20s, so we joined the WTO, and our technology were somewhat merged together with the Chinese manufacturing capabilities. And China was recognized as a consumer market in 2010. And that was the busiest moment for both of us. That was like a golden period of Korea and China. So right now, it seems like that China is advancing so fast, and as you know, this is the era of internet, and even the beggars on the street use the WeChat to get donation. And Alibaba CEO is very interesting man. And he said that the black consumers, meaning those who spend a lot of money on Alibaba, so those consumers will go to Korea, will surely come back to China. They will never become illegal immigrants. And then, listening to his comment, I told him, "You're a very weird man." So visa is not about the convenience. So visa is more about securing the safety of the people coming to Korea or to China. So next time, he sent me the vice president. But this is not something that I can decide, but then it's a national matter. So in China, there are many people who have this kind of weird ideas. So my conclusion was that 0.1% elite is leading the country. These elites are very knowledgeable and very talented. Sorry, I feel like I have to speed it up a little bit. And what I would like to talk about today are these three things in order to boost the relationship between Korea and Shanghai. So there's like a very important book that talks about China, and the evaluation points said that China has the best leader in the world. So President Xi can actually has the authority to run the government for a long time. So actually, there was a rule that prohibits the promotion when a person reaches the age of 68, but he got rid of that rule. He is a strong leader. He has a strong authority. But when you look at the US president, his popularity is the lowest. And what about the Korean president? When we talk about the first lady, there are bad rumors. So it seems like they have not very strong authority. But Chinese leaders are very strong. And second, they have the power to control the national economy. The size of China's economy is just 40% of the US economy. But the national government has a very strong control over the economy, meaning that they can influence over private businesses. And this also means that these companies can create jobs for its people. So that's why the Chinese government can have a very strong authority. And third, it has control over the society because of the facial recognition technology. All the experts should know this. So in terms of facial recognition technology, it is number one. So it can recognize over 300 people on one screen. For 17 years, it has invested about 2 trillion won. So right now, the technology is there. So so let's say the rebel in Russia, if he shows up and using that facial recognition technology, we can spot him right away. But the problem is that we can use the technology for catching burglar. But what's more important is data. So let's say there's one person going to certain destination. So which transportation he uses, whether it can be taxi or train or bus, and etc. That kind of statistics is the basis for big data. And that data is owned by the national government. So it'll be a very tricky and difficult country, according to Ian Bremmer. We don't have very advanced facial recognition technology in Korea. I am getting a lot of messages to wrap up my speech, but I will try to wrap up in 5 minutes. And next, let's talk about Gwansi. So when we talk about Gwansi in Korea, it's about establishing relationship with others. So the reason why I came here is because I have relationship with Professor Hwang Gi-seop. But China, Gwansi is a little bit different. So Gwansi is more about the future, but Korean Gwansi is more about the past, the relationship we have with other people from the past. But in China, it's more about the future. And secondly, let's talk about THAAD issue. So many people are angry because of that. Well, that makes sense. Recently, Chinese ambassador recently commented on that, and then people were very upset with his comment. But we have to be very objective about the situation. We have to understand the reality. So think about 자갈치. So if you have 자갈치 market nearby, would you go to Ulsan to buy fish? So think about the situation. If you have the same product in these different cities, but we have to target the nearby market. Not we should never be influenced by our emotions or feelings. We don't like this idea of President Xi running the country for long term. Well, but don't get me wrong. As long as it doesn't have bad impact on us, we don't really care. So we have that characteristics in us. I'm not so sure if you can understand this. So what's interesting is that Chinese are slower, some Koreans say, but that is not true. It makes the business decision very fast. But in Korea, the business decision is implemented in a very slow manner because they're scared of the obligations and responsibilities, or so there are many public civil servants like that in Korea, but in China, there are not. Sorry, I will wrap up now because I am getting a lot of messages.
In the age of manufacturing, just 10 years ago, what we all thought about was how we can lower the manufacturing cost, but no longer now. How we can sell products at higher prices. Especially young people, you should change your mind. This is not the era of selling products at cheaper price, but no longer. How can we sell products at higher prices? That's the job that young people must do. Do you know Hong Jong-woo? He said that Korean farmers will go bankrupt because of cheap agricultural imports from the US, but he has become so rich. He sold US produce and made a lot of money because he sold produce at premium prices. So he made a lot of money. And these days he's even promoting organic food brands. That's how you should change your mindset. And one example, do you know where Chinese young people go? First, when they come to Korea, Namdaemun and Dongdaemun market. They sell clothes at cheaper prices. But Dongdaemun designers only produce 2 pieces of clothes. But Korean designers produce only a couple of pieces with one design, but Chinese consumers sell thousands of pieces of them. I have a lot more to say, but I think time is up. So I hope I have another chance to give you some tips on how we can catch up with China so that we can get the practical benefits from China, even if that means a little bit of displeasure. I wish I had more time, so I rushed to the conclusion, but I hope that I made my message across. So once again, thank you and congratulations to Mr. Hwang Gi-sik and Mayor Park Young-jun. Thank you. Thank you. The Consul General had a lot more to say, but we are sorry for not having enough time for your lecture. But we do thank you for your efforts. Let's move on to the professional presentation. For this session, I would invite professionals in finance. Busan announced designated BIMC as the financial hub. Now we will invite Mr. Yang Seung-won, who is an expert in Shanghai's finance industry. His title is The Ways to Promote Busan as the Financial Hub and the Future Direction. Now I have to shorten your presentation. Each presenter will have 20 minutes. If time allows, then we will have questions, a couple of questions from the floor. But first, let me introduce you to Director Yang Seung-won of Industrial Bank of Korea. Good afternoon. I'm Yang Seung-won from KDB. My topic today is the future directions and the strategy to promote Busan as the financial hub. My agenda is as follows: the overview of financial hub, the growth direction for the financial hub, and the role of Busan as the financial hub, and the future strategy. Financial hub's definition first. It means financial hub means an area where multiple financial organizations can perform financial activities. There are two models: naturally grown models like New York and London, or statistically nurtured models such as Seoul, Singapore, and Hong Kong. And depending on their nature and functions, there are some different types of financial hub. That is integrated financial hub, specialized financial hub, regional financial hub. Busan is an area designated to provide specialized financial services. There are conditions to create financial hub. There are liquidity and connection with international financial organizations. But to become financial hub, the financial institutions' roles are important, but other environment such as environment, human capital, and infrastructure are also important. This is the table used by GN to evaluate financial hub. They include business environment, ICT infrastructure, human capital, and financial intensity, and reputations. To become financial hub, financial market and the surrounding infrastructure must improve altogether. Now let me take Singapore. Busan is a marine city like Busan.
And it has the financial capability and can be the benchmarker for financial hub. And it has in Chicago has a trading center, and I think it is a great case in point. And using the index of 5 different cities, we compared their capabilities and competencies. And Singapore was evaluated in 5 different indexes, and Chicago were doing good, pretty good, but Seoul and Busan were lagging behind compared to these two cities. And especially Busan, in order to increase the competitiveness, it needs to make all-out efforts. And this improvement can come from the political situations and environment. And Hong Kong was somewhat replaced by Singapore because of its political instabilities, and it ranked number 3 because of this issue. And low tax and Southeast Asia fintech companies are concentrated here in Singapore, so it has a lot of potential. That is why it was evaluated to have a very good competitiveness. So Korea is lagging behind a lot compared to Singapore when you take a look at the income tax level. We have to secure many of the investors, foreign investors, but the environment-wise, we don't have a great environment for foreign investors. So in order to nurture these cities to the financial hub, the government has been putting a lot of efforts, and it has come up with the roadmap to establish financial hubs in Korea. And the Busan, the government wanted to create Busan as a hub, financial hub that focuses on derivatives. And for 3 years, the government has established and announced the 6 basic framework for the financial hub cities, and it wanted to make these 2 cities turn these cities into a financial hub. And currently, the Busan ranks 11th and Busan ranks 37th in terms of the financial index. But when you take a look at Chicago, the ranking does not change that much. But these 2 Korean cities change and fluctuate a lot based on their achievements, and it shows the current financial status of Korea. So these are the direction for for growth. In order for Busan to grow as a financial hub, we have to focus on fintech and maritime finance and the start of infrastructure, and also nurture various industries, and also create an environment where companies can thrive. And we need to reinvigorate the cities where the talents are secured. So the first is fintech. It's the first thing that we need to focus on. The UK created a fintech city, and despite the worries over deteriorating competitiveness, it was able to grow in terms of financial industry. So as such, we have to focus on fintech industry so that we can grow further in this area. And many international institutions moved their centers away from the UK to their countries, such as the Netherlands. So there are many worries about that. But UK continue to grow in terms of their financial competitiveness. And London ranked number 2 in terms of fintech. And that is larger. In terms of number of fintech companies, it is doing better compared to New York. So it has a lot of potential to grow as a fintech city. And in Busan, related to fintech promotion, the local government is doing a lot of work, but it has been working on establishing the fintech clusters as well. And the Busan metropolitan city is planning to create a deregulated city or an area, and also provide an environment where fintech companies can thrive. And for the digital industry, Busan Metropolitan City is planning to continue on investing in these new business areas. And for example, the KDB is operating a fund for this area, and through next round competition, we are trying to secure investment for these fintech companies. And next, I would like to talk about the second challenge that Busan needs to address, and that is related to the maritime industry. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the right slide. Just one moment, please. Slide 10, please. Page 10, please. Okay, and next, the second challenge that we need to address, and that's related to maritime industry. And as you know, Busan has a lot of strategic benefit because it is located where it is located, and it has a very strong maritime industry. And in order to secure the many maritime related companies that are global, we have to invest a lot of money and time for the infrastructure, and we also have to establish an environment for environmentally friendly infrastructures, and we have to play as a control tower for the maritime sector.
To that end, we are expanding the organization to support the maritime sector, and we are also working with other maritime financial institutions. KDB is the first domestic financial institutions to launch Smart Ocean Infra Fund, a dedicated fund for maritime logistics. KDB has so far launched 3 vessel funds. They were focused on supporting shipping companies, but this fund will support to help Korea become the maritime financial powerhouse. We will invest 1.2 billion US dollars to help existing ports to become the international logistic hub. We are 6 of the 10 largest ports in the world are operating automated ports, but there are no automated ports in Korea. So this fund is expected to help Korea sharpen competitiveness. Next, the challenges for Busan. They are the digital and green. Busan should foster key local industries such as green finance, ICT transition. And in 2030, we need to contribute to reducing 40% of the carbon emissions. So to do so, earlier this year, KDB opened Eastern Area Investment Financial Center to promote green finance, venture investment, and local development. And to respond to climate change and new economic world order, KDB is serving as the role as the National Climate Finance Bank. To do so, we will invest 200 trillion Korean won to 4 key areas by 2030, and we will contribute 15% to the 30-year national NDCs. We will also contribute to spreading and growing green ecosystem. Finally, the startups. It's important for a city to become the financial hub to create startup infrastructure and investment ecosystem. The Seoul and metropolitan area accounts for 57.4% when it comes to startups. So, to create startup infrastructure, we will discover promising startups and launch Busan Startup Fund. Next, to train gifted talents in Eastern area, we need to create the talent nurturing cycle ranging from education to startups. And we also have to train competent people in local cities. KDB will work to nurture startup and venture companies. For that, we hosted KDB Eastern Region Startup Morning Pitch in Busan. We will provide active support for the creation of venture ecosystem. KDB Eastern Region Startup Morning Pitch is a program where ICT people, venture investors, and angel investors gather together to share their insights. And KDB has supported about 3.8 trillion Korean won to 1,260 venture companies so far from 1998 to 2022. And we hosted 535 IR pitching events since 2016. Now, the future directions. OECD and IMF and other global international financial agencies are keeping lowering Korea's credit rating, and recently it revised the predictions of economic growth at 1.5%, and Korea set the figure at 1.4%. Korea's economy is expected to be mired in low growth. Busan we need to create new growth pillar. Since the opening of 1970 Gyeongbu Expressway, which contributed to the national economic development. We need to create national highway for national growth so that the effect will be spread across the world, across the nation. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. For Busan to rise into global hub, it was very meaningful to hear about your tips on how Busan can grow into financial hub. Thank you for your presentation once again. Next, I'd like to invite a Chinese speaker, Mr. Wang Yongqing from Transport Bank will making his presentation. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
발표 부탁드리겠습니다.
女士们、先生们，大家下午好，我是交通银行首尔分行总经理汪永庆，很高兴有机会参加2023釜山。
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Wang Yongqing, and it's my honor to be in this forum. and it's an honor to make a presentation on this matter. And today I would like to talk about what kind of role the financial center played, and I would also like to talk about the financial cooperation between Korea and China and what we can play in terms of that cooperation. So let me talk about the current status. So this program that I would like to talk about is a very important strategy that the national government have come up with. So, and the revolution, the financial revolution is being implemented, and its contribution to the national economy is growing as well. And Shanghai is playing the role as a financial hub, and we have the foundation to grow further. I believe that we can look at 4 different areas. The financial industry is growing very rapidly, and the financial infrastructure is also improving as well. The Shanghai Insurance Center and the trading companies and Shanghai headquarters. So many of the financial institutions were established in Shanghai, and Shanghai focused on various financial assets and industries, including gold and assets and etc. And the total settlement of the financial industry reached 2,933 yuan. And this is an index created in Shanghai. And these indexes are used in various areas, APR and Financial Trading Committee indexes. Many of the indexes are used as important indicator. And CFETS is a very important standard. So for gold or oil or copper, so Shanghai's influence is growing in these areas, in these sectors. And in particular, Shanghai is playing an important role as a pilot city for the financial industries. And as a result, Shanghai's financial sector is increasing. It recently reached 18.3 yuan. And we have 473 listed companies. And the Shanghai is doing so well in terms of the financial industry, and many of the fintech companies are being established in Shanghai. And in order to become a green financial city, it is many of the companies are providing various services. And third, I would like to talk about the financial system that are being sophisticated. And as you can see, we have so many sophisticated talents and skilled workers flocking to Shanghai, and we are having more cooperation with different cities. And by 2022, we have more than 1,736 companies with the certification, and it is advancing itself as a asset-focused city, and top 10 asset-related companies are concentrated in Shanghai, and it is expanding its financial cooperation with different institutions and different countries. And One Belt, One Road companies are opening their businesses, operating their businesses in Shanghai as well. And Shanghai is supporting many of the domestic companies to go enter into the foreign markets. And the number of people working in the financial sector has increased to 470,000. And the Financial Act was first established in Shanghai. That was first of its kind in China. And in order to prevent various financial risks, many of the measures are taken. And the Rojajoy Financial Tower is recognized as a major place and venue, and we also have the financial forum run in this area. These financial sectors in Shanghai is greatly contributing to the local economy, and it is encouraging the qualitative growth of the Shanghai's economy. And in order to improve its competitiveness as financial hub, it is working very hard. The local government is working very hard, and the Shanghai will work very hard to meet the needs of the investors. We're focused on these issues to improve the asset portfolio, and as a global financial center, Shanghai will try its best to secure the global fintech companies so that it can play a crucial role in this sector. And by 2030, we would like to achieve the carbon peak and also carbon neutrality in following years. We will advance our green finance, and we will also solidify our status as a green finance leader. Moreover, we would like to improve the foreign investors' investment in Shanghai, and also enhance the innovation in this area, and also actively secure investors, and also improve the financial environment for investors in order to enhance the soft power of Shanghai. So these were the current status. And now I would like to talk about what our organization is doing. It has a very long history. It was established in 1908, and it was reorganized in 1987. And the Transportation Bank has unique characteristics, and it would like to become one of the global top banks. So, including Seoul, we have 23 branches worldwide, and it includes the financial hub. So we focused on fintech and comprehensive bank. We focused on 4 different areas, and we are contributing to the expansion of the transportation bank. And we were ranked 12th in terms of a global bank, and I recently checked the list, and it was bumped up to 9, and we also got listed in another listing. And these are the things that we would like to do. And using its benefit of location, strategic location of being in Shanghai, we would like to provide various services and also work on innovating our services through fintech technologies. And we would like to improve the service concept and also try to identify various opportunities in these sectors, and using our models and experiences that we've accumulated, we would like to share these knowledges with other branches.
The transportation bank has the qualifications to implement the TESIX. The bond and gold trade and interest rate swap, we have lots of experience on those fronts. And the citizens bond, which is contributing to Wion's market. The International Trade Center in Shanghai is contributing to making Shanghai become financial hub. And as the International Green Hub, Transportation Bank is helping Shanghai to become the green city. We established the action plan for inclusive finance and green fund and low carbon credit card. Last year, we received the ESG award. Now, the roles of Transportation Bank in the cooperation between Korea and China. Transportation Bank thinks cooperation between China and Korea is very important. Transportation Bank is the only clearance bank in Korea. The central banks in Korea and China this year set the roles of the clearance bank for effective clearance, and the second is creating the direct market between yuan and Korean won, and the third was supporting the trade between Korea and China. The total clearance amount of our bank in Seoul was 90 trillion yuan, the 7th largest in the world. These are the awards that we have received. And our bank is contributing to create the direct market between China and Korea. This is literally creating something new from scratch. And it's contributing to lowering costs. Financial cooperation between China and Korea has been going on for the past decades. Busan and Shanghai are the second largest port city in both countries, making great contributions to the growth of both cities. So, Transportation Bank will provide more financial services, the best clearing service for China and Korea, to deepen the strength of the foreign exchange market in Korea and China. Secondly, we will contribute to establishing the foreign exchange infrastructure between China and Korea, and we will also work with Korea's deposit bank, and we will also work for other financial services by working with Korean financial institutions to create a virtual circle of Korea yuan direct market, and we will also provide convenience for the trade between Korea and China. We will also promote and launch derivatives and products, financial products for both Korea and China. Korea and China is important trading partners and share a lot in common. I'm sure that Transportation Bank will continue to help many institutions in Korea and China to grow further and contribute to creating new opportunities for cooperation between China and Korea. Thank you. That was Mr. Wang Yongqing from Transportation Bank in Seoul. This year's forum is the chance to help Busan to become the global financial hub city. Today's topic is the growth strategy and cooperation between Shanghai and Busan. That's it for the first session. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
자, 자리에 착석해 주십시오.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside and take a seat because we are going to get started with the open talk, Next Generation Leader Open Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be the moderator for the open talk, and my name is Lee Hong-gyu from Dongso University. And recently, Busan Metropolitan City is trying to make Busan a global city where it is a good place for foreigners to live. So we are focusing on creating policies so that we can attract more foreigners to the city. And today, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the relationship, sister city relationship between Busan and Shanghai. And we have many Chinese living in Busan, so we've invited many next generation next generation leaders from Shanghai to Busan. So through the open talk today, we would like to hear the leader's introduction and then move on to the Q&A session. Because of time limitation, we are going to proceed in this way. And as you can see on the stage, we have 5 next generation leaders of China. So let me briefly introduce them. Well, actually, we're going to turn the microphone to them to introduce themselves. So some of them lived in Busan, and some of them are living in Busan right now. So please keep the time to 3 minutes. So I will turn the microphone to Tae-sun. So please introduce yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tae-sun from Busan Tourism Department. It is an honor to participate in the Busan Global City Forum, and it's a great pleasure for me to communicate with all of you. In 2002, I came to Busan for the first time as an exchange student, and it's been 20 years since I arrived here. So half of my life I spent it in Busan. So Busan has river, mountain, and ocean, and it has many natural resources, and it has a very warm city in terms of people, and that is why I'm living more than 20 years in Busan. So with the resumption of the exchanges between Chinese cities and Korean cities, I hope that our relationship grows further. So I ask you for your support and interest. Thank you very much.
Next, producer Chang Lili, please. Good afternoon. I'm producer Chang Lili. I'm Chang Lili from BEFM. As you all know, we are providing tourist information to foreigners and Koreans in English, and especially to help foreigners. BEFM was launched in 2019, and after 4 years in 2013, in August. More and more Chinese people were coming to Busan. So BEFM was the only broadcast to launch Chinese programs. And fortunately, I was offered this job and I became the first PD for the Chinese programs. After a hiatus, I once again became the producer and working as a producer so far. Thank you. Thank you. And you are speaking Korean very well. So I admire your Korean language proficiency. And Professor Dubo, good afternoon. I'm Professor Dubo from Silla University. Good afternoon. In 2006, I came to Korea in 2006. I fell in love with Busan and I've been living in Busan since then. And I became the professor about 5 years ago in Silla University, teaching students, doing academic research and attracting foreign students. In the past, I've been living on the, since the era of Busan is dynamic, and I will live until we have the slogan Busan is dynamic. So I really hope that Busan wins the bid to attract Busan Expo.
Well, next we will move on to Wang Eirip from the Busan Foreign Language Studies. So it's an honor for me to be here today, and I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to Busan Metropolitan City as well as the Global City Foundation. Thank you so much for your hard work for this wonderful forum. And in 2008, I started studying in the BUFS, and luckily I was hired as the employee, and it's been my 11th year since I worked there at the university. And Busan is a great city to live, and it is a great city for foreign students to study. So it seems like we have many foreign students at the back of the room. So Busan is a global city, and that's why you came to study in Busan. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to move on to the influencer Ji-sang, who is contributing a lot to promote Busan. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ji-sang. Good to see you all. So I was invited as an influencer, as a travel writer. So it's my honor to be invited here at the forum. And I graduated from Busan National University, and then I started working for companies here, and then also started as a part-time influencer, but now I am a full-time influencer. Not just the Busan, but also across the nation. I travel around the country to introduce Korea. So I have about 700,000 followers. So Korea has many wonderful cities such as Seoul and Busan. Many attractions are there in Busan. So even if we have a lot of attractions here, some foreigners don't know about it. So that's why I'm introducing them these destinations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. All of the 5 panelists have studied in Busan and have had jobs in Busan. So they are working very hard to expand exchange between China and Korea. Ms. Cheson has been working for Busan Metropolitan City, contributing to promoting Busan's tourism. And Professor Zhang Lili is the first Chinese producer who runs Chinese radio broadcast programs. And Professor Tubo, I know him personally very well. He is a Chinese scholar and is also working as a professor to attract foreign students and doing academic research. And Mr. Wang Yilip is the honorary Busan citizen. And Mr. Chi Sang is one of the hottest influencers, creating promotional video clips about Busan's and Korea's tourism, targeting Chinese audience. So he's doing a very important job. They are doing very well in their own positions, working to promote friendship between Korea and China. So I personally, on behalf of Korean people, I like to express my deepest appreciation. So now let's move on and talk about what we should do to make Busan the international financial hub. But first, Ms. Cheson, I have a question to you. You've been working in Busan Metropolitan City to promote on and offline promotion marketing campaign for more than 13 years. And what strategy does Busan City have to attract more Chinese tourists? And what should Busan do to attract more Chinese tourists to Busan? Yes. Busan has natural resources, nature and ICT, and international festivals and MICE events are held around the year and has a lot of historic sites. Busan has emerged as the new tourism destinations for foreign tourists who are interested in K-pop and K-culture. Before COVID-19, China accounted the biggest share of foreign tourists to Busan. Despite the COVID-19, Busan implemented on and offline strategies to promote Busan as a tourism destination and work with Chinese government authorities and foreign Chinese companies to maintain the network. And after the tourism reopened, we attended the tourism expo in China by introducing a variety of activities, and we went to Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Chengdu, and other major Chinese cities to conduct promotional campaigns there to received good favorable reviews from Chinese consumers. In February this year, we launched Busan Pass for foreign visitors to provide much more benefits to foreign tourists. The tourism demand is surging these days, so the networking and cooperation between relevant agencies and private exchange must be held to reinvigorate exchange between the two cities. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of relationship, I hope that our relationship could grow even further in the future. Thank you for your answer. The Chinese tourists, when many of them, they all know Seoul and Jeju, and more people, I hope more and more people will know about Busan. And once, if we win host the World Expo 2030 Busan, then more Chinese tourists will come to Busan to see Busan's cultural legacy and Busan and enjoy the passion of Busan citizens.
Next, I would like to turn the microphone to producer Chang Liri from BEFM. And you talked about Hajim program, and you've been in charge of the program since 2013. So please talk about the future direction of these programs in Global City Foundation, and how is the foundation is planning to play the role for the globalization of Busan as a city. So let me talk about the future direction of the BFM. Since I'm a content creator, I have to emphasize the importance of content. So creating great content, decent content is the most important thing. According to the statistics, half of the listeners to the Hajin program is Chinese and half are Korean. And if you look at the participation, you can see the proportion is half and half. And many of them actually speak great Chinese. And Koreans speak great Chinese, and they have great interest in Chinese culture. And we also have Chinese living in Korea. So these are the participants for the program. And in the future, I believe that if we host the 2030 Busan, and since we have a high possibility of hosting the expo, so what we would like to do is create contents that can help this bidding. So we can actually provide information to Chinese people in Korea, and we can provide information to Chinese people living in Korea, and we can also provide various contents to the Korean people who have a lot of interest in Chinese culture. So based on these interests, we have very high popularity of Hajin program. So we are experiencing new media era. So we are trying to incorporate new media into this radio program that we're running. So we are collaborating with various technologies. So using smartphones and various smart devices, our listeners and audiences can experience our programs. So these are various ways our audiences can enjoy our contents. So, and there was a question about the globalization. It seems like the question is for our CEO. And I actually have the pride for the Global City Foundation. So we have live shows, and we provide high quality contents to our audiences. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The broadcast Hwaseum once invited me as a guest, but I'm sorry I was too busy to be there. But I will be there someday in the future. This Chinese broadcast is the catalyst to creating amicable environment between China and Korea. So I believe this is a very important media. And this show will also help people learning Chinese language. And not just that, the city diplomacy between Busan and China, I believe the Hwaseum will play a very important role in helping boost city diplomacy. Let's move on to Professor Tubo. Here's the question. I myself is a professor at Dongsuan University, which is right next to your university. Local universities are struggling to attract foreign students. However, Shilla University, definitely because of you, is attracting more and more Chinese students. As you pointed out, you are working to attract foreign students, especially from China. So what are you doing specifically to attract foreign students? And if Busan city wants to attract more Chinese students, what strategy would you like to recommend to Busan? Thank you. First, according to big data, as of 2022, Korea's foreign students in Korea was around 160,000 and rising. During the COVID-19, it fell to around 150,000, but rising this year. And this year, I believe the number will rise to 160,000. And breaking down by country, China accounts for about 40%, followed by Vietnam at 23%, and Uzbekistan and other countries, and so on. And by regions, Seoul has about 75,000, Gyeonggi 20,000, Busan 10,000 of foreign students. The central government, local government, and local universities are working very hard to attract more foreign students. For example, recently the Ministry of Justice has proposed a bill to ease the restrictions on foreign students' visa, like the balance certificate for $9,000, but it will be reduced to 20,000 Korean won for undergraduate students. And for Korean language proficiency, the criteria for this was also lowered from test scores to program certificates. and part-time job is allowed up to is added by up to 5 hours. Colleges in Busan are providing customized programs, language course and undergraduate programs, the combined programs, for example, and 2+2 and 3+1 programs. And these days, 3.1 program was launched. However, there are more things that Busan can do. Compared to other cities like Seoul, Busan needs to have differentiated programs such as Busan has to promote Korean culture to the world via social media. YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram will be good examples. If we use those platforms, we will attract more potential students to Busan. And colleges in Busan should provide more customized academic programs and visit other countries, high schools or colleges, and promote more programs with local high schools and colleges. And the third is the certificate. Foreign student certificate should be maintained, but at the same time, the criteria for admission and graduation must be eased. Can be eased. I've been living in Busan for a long time. My second hometown. Busan is a beautiful city. I will keep working to attract more foreign students from China and from across the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your answer. Professor Dubo gave a very detailed explanation. So I was able to learn a lot from your answer. And as I was working for Dongso University, I encountered many Chinese students coming to Korea. We actually drank makgeolli together. So because since we have a little bit of time, let me share one story. I was drinking makgeolli with Chinese students, and then I asked them questions. Since you're in Busan, what is the most difficult thing in Busan? I was expecting them to say the language barrier. But they said, actually the answer was somewhat unexpected, so let me share what they said. And they said that whenever they go to restaurants in Busan, they give too much rice, too much food. Then the student asked, "Why are you giving me so much food?" And then they said that, "Oh, you're coming from China. So China is a very poor country." That's the image they had of China. So the public awareness on China is changing dramatically, But some people, we still have people who view China as an underdeveloped country. And as you know, our bias towards China needs to be changed. So only when we can do that, we will be able to have better relationship with China. And next, I would like to move on to Mr. Wang Uirip from Busan University of Foreign Studies. So currently, we have about 70,000 foreign residents living in Busan. And since you worked in Busan for a long time to make a great place for foreigners to live in, so you have participated in various programs for that. And in order to improve the satisfaction level of foreign residents, you have worked in the Busan Foreigners Association and various representative organizations. And you were selected as an honorary citizen of Busan recently. And among the best practices and policies that Busan is implementing, can you share one of them so that we can talk about the areas for improvement and policies for support? Thank you so much for your question. And as you know, the Busan metropolitan city is doing a lot for the lives of the foreign residents. And for about 10 years ago, we have been running an association of foreign residents. And in 2015, we've established a foreign residents council. And we have the third generation of members in this council. So the Busan metropolitan city. So when I talk about the immigrants, it includes the students and the people who came here for work. So the Busan metropolitan city is coming up with various policies for them. And in 2020, despite the COVID-19 situation, we focused on foreign children. So when we talk about foreign children, they're actually Korean children who are born in foreign family. So when the parents are foreigners, but then they are born in Korea, so we call them foreign children, and they are born in Korea, in Busan. But when we send them for the daycare centers, they cannot get support from the local government. So we've identified this issue, and then we actually asked Busan Metropolitan City to secure the budget to address this issue. And the city actually paid attention to this issue. We had multiple discussions and meetings with the public. You may think this may be a very simple issue, but it is not, because we have to use the taxpayers' money to address this issue. So our council have been asking the Busan Metropolitan City to review this issue, and last year Busan City revised its law related this issue and secured a sufficient budget. So starting from March this year, these foreign children born in Busan can actually have support for their daycare center. for their nudie program. So you can tell that Busan Metropolitan City is paying a lot of attention to foreigners, foreign residents living in Korea. I know that it is not an easy task to do, so I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Busan Metropolitan City on behalf of all the foreign children born in Busan. Thank you very much.
I myself lived in Beijing for more than 5 years, studying PhD. Many people in Korea, there are many Korean people who lived overseas and have plans to live abroad. So in that sense, we are all can be immigrants someday. In that sense, Busan's immigrant policies, it's not just about foreigners, but it's about our own problems. It's important. Busan can create a society for both foreigners and Koreans. Now, finally, a question to Jisang influencer. You have followers, 746,000 followers. I believe you are one of the most popular Chinese in Korea. Not just that, you won the Best Photographer Award, Korail Award, and many other awards from photo competitions. Many young people these days say their dreams are to become a single person creator. You majored in mechanical engineering from PNU. And what made you to want to single person influencer? And tell us how you are going to help Busan promote overseas and how we can work with foreign influencers to promote Busan. Thank you. I'm so humbled. My number of my followers isn't that many, but thank you for your kind introduction. I wanted to become a full-time influencer, but it took quite a long time before I decided to become an influencer. I worked at a company after graduation. These days, many people are not sure about what to do in the future, what contributions I can make to society, and what would be my next career. I also experienced all those stages. And after that, I wanted to become an influencer in Busan, even if I don't make as much money as I did. But I liked playing, to be honest. how we can promote Busan as a tourism destination. Many of you, have you watched the TV series, Netflix series, Celebrity? That depicts the everyday life of many young people. Many people can't live without Netflix and social network to express their values and show off. For example, do you use tumbler or disposable cups when at cafe? I try to use tumbler as much as I can. That's how young people express their values on social media. So when it comes to promoting Busan, I believe it all boils down to communication. How we can communicate with each other. We should have the channel in place. Most local governments and tourism organizations, their social media accounts seems to be operated just for their sake. They may collaborate with influencers on SNS to tap into their influence. And if they use the same photo on other platform, then it will not be very good for synergy. So they may emphasize technical issues more and create communication channels that in line with their own culture, then promotion or tourism or communication or the vision of becoming global Busan can be achieved. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your answer. And these days, I watch a lot of YouTube or TikTok videos related to China, and I get a lot of information. So I know the importance of creators and what they do is very important. In Busan, we have many resources. It can be cultural resources and human resources. We have many resources in Busan. And rather than focusing on the resources that are well known, we can also try to identify various resources, especially creators, foreign creators in particular, can identify some of the resources that are relatively less known. And against that backdrop, I believe literacy is really important. In order to understand China, we need to work on China literacy. And this literacy capability is important for both ways, for Koreans and Chinese. And Busan Metropolitan City need to understand better about the foreign residents who wish to be the content creators, and providing the right information for them would be also important. Well, this was a very short time for the open discussion, but we invited 5 leaders, next generation leaders, and talked about policies of Busan and our future directions for foreign residents in Busan. I believe it was very meaningful to share our ideas. And from now on, I hope that we work together, pool our wisdom for future cooperation. I believe such discussion must go on. And foreigners in Busan and creating the global city for all the residents, not just the foreign residents, but also the native residents here in Busan. I believe our cooperation is crucial. I ask you for your support and interest in these policies. So now I would like to conclude open talk session. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the discussants here today. Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금부터 잠시 휴식 시간을 가지고 17시 5시부터 2부 지속 가능한 파트너십을 위한 도시 외교 방향 타임을 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
네. 네, 17시부터 네,
We will begin the part 2 from 5 o'clock. Please take your seats. We will begin the part 2 from 17. I'd like to ask the attendees to take your seats.
여기에 나중에 줄 토론자 얼굴 보여줄게요. 그다음에 여기 계속 화면에 답변하시면 이걸 뭐 앞으로 좀 빼드릴까요? 괜찮으세요? 아, 네네. 그럼 요거 찍을게요. 그냥 요거 딱 하는 거 있습니다.
Let us begin the part 2.
Professor Seokjun Lim at Donghwa University. I teach in the Graduate School of International Studies. I'll be serving as the chairperson for our second session. And before we start, I would like to thank every one of you who are still here at 5 o'clock. This is not an easy time for you to be here. So I thank you again for your perseverance. Good afternoon to all the domestic and foreign guests attending the Busan Global City Forum, and good afternoon also to those participating online. We sincerely welcome and thank you. Busan is striving to become a global hub city, and as part of this endeavor, we are expanding our network of sister cities and friendship cities. As you might be well aware, Busan currently has 29 sister cities and 16 friendship cities. I believe actually the number has doubled in less than a decade. So this is really a rapid expansion, I would say. Today we have invited experts from cities with which Busan recently signed sister city agreements. And we would like to share ideas for sustainable exchange and discuss ways to expand practical cooperation. Our event will proceed with speeches, followed by presentations and panel discussions by experts from a total of 4 cities, which include Busan. Now, let me introduce the speakers we will be giving presentations today. It's especially meaningful as we have speakers from various cities around the world participating in the discussion on the topics of promoting sustainable city diplomacy and international exchange. First, we have Abuzoba Aliyev joining us online from Almaty, Kazakhstan. Next, we have Leila Ben Gassam. Excuse me if I've pronounced their names incorrectly. Leila is the founder of Bluefish, a social enterprise in Tunis, Tunisia. And Leila is also a member of the Tunis City Council. She is joining us online from Tunis. I believe it's about 7 or 8 o'clock there in the morning. We are also honored to have Bellamino Palomeno Nebes. the Director of Local Decentralization from Dili City in East Timor, joining us online from Dili. As you might be well aware that East Timor has recently gained independence in 2002. Lastly, we have Ms. Yeongyong Shim. She is offline with us. The head of the Development Cooperation Team at the Busan Global City Foundation. She will be representing Busan. And thank you all for joining us today. Before we begin with the presentations, we have a congratulatory speech. Today, we have a very special speaker who prepared a message for us. She is the, I believe it's he. He is the mayor of Dili, East Timor, who became a friendship with Busan as of May 25th this year. Let's watch the congratulatory video for Mayor Herminia Feliz Mina Salgado Lopez. Please join me in giving her, I'm sorry, it's her a round of applause. Thank you.
Mr. Park Yeon-jun, Mayor of Busan Metropolitan City, Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Park Jin, Excellency Mr. Lee Seol-woo, President of Governor Association of the Republic of Korea, Excellency Kwon Ki-sik, Secretary General of the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation, expert for sister and friendship cities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the meaningful event in the name of President of Dili Municipality Authority. Would like to congratulate Global City Forum, organized by Busan Metropolitan City. Today we will here in this forum to discuss and share the lessons learned and what each cities have in an experience of local diplomacy and our opinions on sustainable international exchange. Timor-Leste and Republic of Korea established diplomatic relations in 2002 and have maintained cooperation for 21 years until now. Last month, I was invited by Mayor of Busan Metropolitan City, Mr. Park Yeon-jun, to establish the Friendship City Memorandum of Understanding between Dili City and Busan City. Also, I was invited to participate in the World Climate Industry Expo. And today, I'm here in the first Busan Global City Forum to deliver my congratulatory message for this event. This is to show us the importance of bilateral cooperation on city-to-city diplomacy and international exchange. Lastly, congratulations to Busan's Metropolitan City on the opening of the Global Cities Forum, and best wish to all of us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Lopez. All right, let's begin with our discussion on today's topic. And I guess this is special, we are online. Hello, are you, can you wave your hands? All right. All right, we have actually made a few, we have actually asked them a few established questions. So you are free to provide a brief, first, they will be providing a brief introduction of their city and share the current efforts towards internationalization, how their city is trying to internationalize. And also, we asked them some suggestions for future cooperation with Busan. First, we will start with the presentation from Ms. Yeongyong Shim. She is the head of the Development Cooperation Team at the Busan Global City Foundation. She will be representing Busan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm much thrilled at this moment because I'm with the three representatives from the three friendship cities of Busan. So I'm Kyung Sim-yeon. I'm in charge of ODA training department of Busan Global City Foundation. Today, I'm here with the topic of Busan, a global city, a journey for navigating and connecting cities and citizens. Actually, when I received this topic, I just thought that how can I explain that the international exchanges of the Busan? So, firstly, I pop up this this keyword. DNA. Do you like BTS? Yes, I think that is kind of very boring question to the audiences. So in the DNA is one of the very hit song of the BTS. Actually, you know that the two members of the BTS are from the Busan, right? So and in the DNA and the lyrics, we can recognize that DNA is kind of tells us that the very inevitable relations between the different entities' existence, or the DNA is kind of our previous experience, the relations or making the meetings is quite good for the benefits for the different entities. Likewise, I believe that the city diplomacy or the international exchanges between two cities or the several cities is kind of a DNA of a city. Because that the city already experienced the interchanges or the exchanges are good for the city development. And also, based on that previous experience, like the DNA, it has genetic information, tells us what we need to do for the benefits. Likewise, the city diplomacy always tells us that what is the key benefit for the relations between the cities. Likewise, I would like to talk about that Busan's experience in line with the city development. Busan already experienced, and Busan already preparing for the further steps toward the city diplomacy. So taking this opportunity, I would like to explain what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are going to do. And lastly, I'd like to touch that the suggestions for the good relations with the cities pursuing this specific concept of the city diplomacy, because I believe that the concept of city diplomacy is very open. So my humble speeches can be useful for the audiences and the representative from the three cities can think about that the concept of city diplomacy. In the global map, it is not easy to find out the Busan, even you have the very good eyesight. So if you deep inside, you can figure out that where Busan is. It's a very small city in terms of the physical space. But if we just remove the ideas about the physical space, we can have more about the Busan. Busan looks very small in the global society, but it is not the small society. It's not the small city. With these numbers tell us that it is the second largest city of Korea. Korea is also one of the very competitive leading countries in the global society. And also with the 3.4 million citizens, the number is not a big, but it is the least that the Korean economic development, also it leads that the more interactive actions pursuing the national development. Absolutely, we cannot miss that these capacities is not just from the one day. I'd like to touch the ancient days. But after the Korean War, Busan was a very small city, but it took that very important role for the national development as a gateway of aid programs. But Busan took this role very successfully. From the lighter industrialization, Busan has led the development of Korean economic growth. And throughout the history, Busan was the city embracing the refugees from the North Korea just after the Korean War, and with the interactions with the developed countries receiving the aid programs, Busan was very open to those that supported, and also it transformed to the emerging cities to connect the Korea and the rest of the world. Throughout the history, Busan tried to reshape its faces. Very beginning of the contemporary history, Busan was just a port city and exposed to the development of a light industrialization. But with interactions with the global society, interactions with the global citizens, Busan successfully transformed the city as the soft powers. So we see the reshuffling of the socio-economic development of this city. It is not just from the DNA of as like the port city, but throughout the experience, Busan, I believe that I think that Busan has known how to coexist with the different actors inside of Busan and outside of Busan. So that is the current status of Busan. Even the Busan in the global map, is not as defined city, but with this connectivity, with these relations, Busan is a very big city with 45 cities. Already chairperson pointed out that Busan have the very good relations with the sisterhood and friendship cities. With these cities, even that Busan has very small, it's not the big enough physical space, but its boundaries continuously extended. So I believe that city diplomacy is a very important role to facilitate, for help the Busan try to extend its boundaries. So now Busan is ready for the future. Busan is a vision of the first to the future, and its slogan is Busan, your home for today and beyond. I believe it is not only thinking about the Busan itself. These ideas from that Busan can present a kind of a sample to be transformed from the developing society to the advanced city. So based on the experience to be interacted with the other rest of the world, Busan learned how to work, how to exist with the global society. Thanks to the candidacy for the World 2030 World Expo, Busan has stepped up to work with the global society and extended its boundaries as well. And for preparing the more chances to be extended, Busan City physically prepared the next step by the new plan for the Gadok-do new airport and the North Port new development. This is very physical preparation. But in addition to that, Busan prepared for being the green smart city. So according to the concept of a green smart city, Busan is not only thinking about the good constructions, buildings, instead try to make that a very sustainable city development with the interactions with inside the citizens with a global background and working with the many different neighboring cities. So for that, right side, I'm not sure that the resolution is good, but the Busan also pursuing the city to speak English, and it means not only about the English itself, but is to help the citizens being good literacy to communicate with many different people in the world. So with this preparation, Busan has made advancement or progress being the local cities. Actually, Busan has geographically had a good position as a port city, but inside of the cities, Busan can explore the new assets for being leading cities. Well, when you are thinking about the Busan, it has many attractive assets like a game, multimedia content, or that Busan pursue the very sustainable development with applying the advanced technologies. But mostly these are the assets not only developed by the domestic citizen, but it is kind of the output from that the interactions with global societies. So, and currently, I try to think about the three key characteristics of the Busan city diplomacy. First is extensive. Busan is not limited to one of the cities in the Asian region. It tried to extend the relations with up to the South Americas and Africas. And Busan is not only talking about the maritime or fishery industries. Busan talking about the innovative technologies. Busan talking about the soft contents. And also Busan tried to invite the citizens. Citizens not only the Korean nationality, Busan is to emphasize the participation with the citizens with the very different backgrounds. That is the key characteristics of Busan. I believe that it's not only that the strong power of the Busan, but it's thanks to the kind of DNA to be connected with other neighboring countries and neighboring citizens. So I'd like to introduce that the roles and achievements of the Busan Global City Foundation. My foundation, BGCF, can take this role to materialize the features of the Busan city diplomacy. For that, the extensive characteristics, Busan BGCF tried to be connected with the neighboring cities and on and offline. The buying that the online office tried to match that the different needs of international relations, but these not only limited in online, but the hosting that the important big events, the UN weeks, and this Global City Forum is also the one of the way to connect the different cities and citizens. And the next part is about the cross-sectoral. Actually, this is my part. I'm in charge of development cooperation. I work with my staffs and under the name of BGCF, pursuing the city-to-city development, covering that education, medical care, healthcare, and the multimedia contents, maritime and fisheries. Cities have many different sectoral developmental needs. And so satisfying the needs, I believe that the city is the right actor to help that the citizens pursuing the sustainable development. And the one thing I want to tell is that the role of a city is very important pursuing the global level development goals. According to the report of OECD, almost 60% of the targets of SDGs need to be achieved by the local governments. In terms of that, if we are thinking about the sustainable development, it needs to be achieved by the collaboration, solidarity. We must say that the city diplomacy can connect the cities to pursue or to achieve the sustainable development goals. And in terms of participatory, without the participation of the citizens, it's not easy to imagine that city diplomacy, because the city diplomacy is not only the topic about the politicians. So in terms of the Busan and Busan Global City Foundation always invite the citizens' participation with a kind of the campaign like the Eurasian Expedition. And the previous month, we already hold this very important gathering, global gathering, inviting the many different global citizens. We believe that when we are talking about the city diplomacy, we need to think about how to help the citizens engage in these affairs. So that based on the experience of the Busan city development and international affairs, and that my humble experience from the BGCF, I think that for vitalizing the city diplomacy, we need to think about how to connect cities, how to make that the entities and experts to be communicated, how to invite the citizens for maintaining or for sustaining their interactions. So I believe that the cities need to be a platform. As a platform, I hope the city to be open to navigate, to connect the citizens and the cities. So for the practical actions, I'd like to share my insight. Firstly, we need flawless connectivity between the cities. Secondly, we need to boost cooperative relations between the specific entities and experts in the cities. And third, I believe that for the connectivity, we need to know each other. So if possible, I hope to recommend that the thinking about how to building the capacities of the citizens or the city government to open or to develop the city diplomacy affairs. And lastly, for the specific achievement from the city diplomacy, it is very important to create or propose and implement the specific project actions. So I think that this is very short speechy, but it contain to that experience from the city, Busan city and the BGCF's affairs, pursuing that the connectivity between the other neighboring cities and citizens. But thing is that the being together is that the very key catalytic engine to connect the cities to carry out the specific benefits. Specific benefits or practical benefits is the key reason of the city diplomacy, I believe. Currently, Busan released a new campaign, Busan is good, but I believe that Busan is good should be the thanks to be with you. Thank you for the listening and very open to that the opinions from the other cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young Kyung-sim. I think quite interesting speech here. I think she's saying two things. First, actually, she made a notion that city diplomacy is the DNA of cities, meaning making friends and exchange is very natural to the cities. And Busan, although physically very small, it has always served as a gateway for Korea to the world. So although small, it has played a big role for Korea. Right, we have next, we have a speaker. We have a presentation from Ms. Auzoba Aliye. She is joining us online from Almaty, Kazakhstan. Hello, Ms. Aliye.
Hello.
Hi, may I ask what time you are right now?
It's 1:40
1:40 p.m. or a.m.?
p.m.
PM, okay. Thanks that it's not 1:30 a.m. All right, thank you very much. Would you like to give your speech?
Yes, I want to start. Dear participants, I'm glad to participate in this forum and represent my city. Almaty is one of the largest city in the world, one of the largest city in Kazakhstan, with the core of the agglomeration of 3 million people. And Almaty is one of the developing city in Kazakhstan. Almaty has 3 main developed aspects, such as the business, education, and foreign trade. Let's start with the business. Business generate nearly 1/5 of country's GDP, and there are more than 1/4 of the country's budget revenues. Also, Almaty business generate more than 36% of the country's trade operations. Small and medium size entrepreneurs create 65% of employment and it generates 47% of GRP. In Almaty, you can see 3,000 IT companies. The second one of the main aspects that help to develop that can develop Almaty is education. According to the statistic, 3/4 of employment have higher education, and 1/3 of countries higher education have in Almaty. 30% of country students studied in Almaty city. Almaty has 8 institutions of higher education, which take in one of the top 1,000 world university ranking. And the largest number of cultural and sports facilities among the cities represented in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And the third most important aspect is foreign trade. In Almaty, you can see more than 80 offices of international organizations. And according to the statistics, in 2019, we had 435,000 foreign tourists. And in 2021, we generated and produced 5G. Therefore, Almaty has a favorable natural and climate conditions, as well as a geographical location predetermine the attractiveness and historical role of Almaty. But despite of this, we have 4 aspects that we should focus on. Is a social, economic, infrastructural, and economical fields. But let's talk a little bit about ecological factor. Many people knows that Almaty Almaty is one of the polluted city in the world, and it has high air pollution index, but normally it should be below 5. To reduce and solve this problem, we should recycle, use waste recycle, and do not cut trees, which is help to generate or provide an oxygen. One of the one of the important things for Almaty development is world best practices. It is consists of 7 parts. Firstly, a comfortable urban environment, sustainable economic growth, managed urbanization, social resilience and stability, green Almaty, smart city, and the last one is a safe city. But to introduce each of them, firstly, I want to describe the sustainable development of our city, which represent the development of our city. For example, if you see in 2022, population was 2 million people, but now in 2023, it is increased by 100 people. And GDP per capita in 2022 was $75,000. Also, we had a foreign trade turnover, which amounted $19.2 billion. Also, in 2022, we had 111 offices of international organization. But in 2020, by 2025, we think that this number will be increased. In 2021, Almaty becomes a member of UNESCO. It is very good for to be a creative city. And in 2022, we had 18 international competitors in various sports. But in the next 3 years, I think it will be increased twicely. By 2030, the population of our city will increase by 500,000 and will amount to 2.5 million. And also, Almaty agglomeration will increase by 1 million. And GDP per capita will be over $28,000. One of the most good experience for our city will be the will be the creation of an art museum. It is a good chance to have a lot of tourists in our city. And by 2030, the number of foreign tourists will be increased and will be amounted 1 million. And we believe that we will have one university that will be in the top 100 world ranking. And in 2030, our city will be in the top of 50 cities which was as a smart city. Furthermore, Almaty is a we can say that Almaty is a comfortable and safe city of international level with a competitive economy and high quality of living, attracting talent, technology, investment for all over the world. And the next slide demonstrates three goals that we should achieve in 2030. First of all is well-being, second sustainability and infrastructure. The average income of citizenship should be increased and be 500 per person. But now each I know the average income for the citizen is 400. Labor productivity also should be increased by twice. And life expectancy should be increased from 72 to 77 years. What about sustainability? Air pollution, as I said before, we have air pollution, but after 10 years, the emission will be decreased by 1.6 times. Because we will use waste recycling and green spaces in the western and northern western district of the city will be produced. And what about infrastructure? The public transport will be increased by 1.6 times and the crime level will be decreased. And furthermore, it will help Almaty to be the top of the global livability index. Let's return to the 7 world best practices that will demonstrate the development of Almaty. First of all, how to create a comfortable urban environment of improving the quality of life. We should focus on 3 priority initiatives. Firstly, police-centric development of Almaty. Second, develop the public transit system and improve the quality of utility service. This slide demonstrates the adoption of the new general plan of Almaty city until 2040. It is one of the important documents in our city that demonstrate the development. And you can see that this plan is divided by 2 police centers. For example, police centers which generate the social, economic, and cultural activities. All people who live in these areas demonstrate to have a good job Then it has a renovation of dilapidated housing, redevelopment of industrial district, and you can see the development of transport infrastructure. But if you until 2030, we will have the development of sustainability, and we will create 3 new metro stations. Then it will and we will construct 3 electric bus depots. And in 2030, it will help us to increase the public transport by 2.3 million. Then sustainable economic growth. To achieve this improvement, we should focus on 3 areas. First of all, we should develop high-tech clean industries, take attention on expansion of service export, IT or creative industries, and increase the number of regional headquarters of international organizations. Let's talk a little bit more about these aspects. How to make a development of high-tech industries. In our city, there are 2 special zones, for example, industrial zone and special economic zone. Both of them depend on the field that you want to invest in our city. Both of special zones give you a chance to invest and to build industry. For example, in Almaty, in industrial zone, we have 2 Korean companies who invested in Almaty. If you know Lotterakat and Hyundai. And we believe that until 2030, we will have 50 new projects that will be invested in our city. Next one is tourism services. Until 2030, we believe that the number of rooms in each hotels will be increased by 3 times. It is 4 times fewer than in Baku, but 2 times fewer than in Tashkent. Growth in the number of foreign tourists to 450,000 people by 2025, and in 2030 it will be 1 million people. The next one is about the core of Almaty agglomeration development. As I mentioned before about agglomeration, in 2030, the agglomeration of Almaty city will be increased by 1 million. And it will happen because of the adoption of the complex development plan. Then next one is the public transport integration within the Almaty agglomeration. You can this slide demonstrates that until 2030 we will increase the number of public transport in Almaty, which and we will use an electric trains. First one is about social sustainability and stability. To achieve this aspect, we should focus on 6 initiatives. First of all, we should organize a barrier-free environment for citizens, provide high-quality education for each citizen of Almaty, take attention of modernization of education and healthcare system, create equal opportunity for the development and personal fulfillment of young, and have a cultural life for rich and diverse citizenship. The fifth one is say about the green Almaty. As I said before, we should focus our attention firstly on improving the air quality, and second is take attention on a favorable ecological environment. And sixth field say about the smart city. As I noticed, our citizens in Almaty was more digitalized after COVID-19, and we believe that until 2030, 100 of service available will be available online via smartphone. It will increase the density of integrated video cameras in the police depth command center, and from 14 to 50. The last one is a road safety. Until 2030, we believe that we will have 4,500 video monitoring that will help us to generate the safety of each of our life. And it was the last paragraph that I wanted to discuss you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aliye. As you all know, Kazakhstan is a landlocked country, and Ms. Aliye actually gave a presentation on how Kazakhstan plans for its sustainability in the future. One thing I noticed was that actually Almaty is facing some ecological problems, especially a problem with air pollution. And she also gave some efforts that the city is making, including relocating industries outside of the cities and also some recycling efforts. Right, now we have our third speaker. We will listen to the presentation from Leila Ben Qassem. She is the founder of Bluefish. Bluefish is a social enterprise located in Tunis, Tunisia. Leila also serves as a member of the Tunis City Council. She'll be joining us online. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here. I'm going to try and share my screen. It's morning here, and I want to thank the translators. I joined since 5 a.m. this morning to watch the whole program. So a big thank you to the translators. I was able to follow everything since the morning. So Tunis is the capital of the country Tunisia in North Africa. Tunis has always had a very important role in the Mediterranean and Africa, and in this a lot of interaction with the south of Europe all over history. Tunis is, I think many of you know Carthage. Carthage is the northern suburb of Tunis, and it was founded by a lady, the Queen Didon, and also what is known in our history is Hannibal, who's also a military leader who had important battles with Rome for resilience. And also Ibn Khaldun is from Tunisia. He's the father of sociology and urbanism. Today, Tunis continues to play a very important role in the region, and we have 33 sister cities. We are also part of 14 regional and international network of cities. We're very happy to be here, and we wish you a lot of luck, and Busan is good. So I have a small presentation about the strategy of Tunis City, how to in development and in international exchange. So the mission of the city of Tunis, the mission of the city of Tunis, the priorities today are how to improve the quality of life for residents and visitors, but also develop a plan that is inclusive of the municipal, metropolitan, and national and international level. Make sure that we consider all aspects of the city as within its region and the globe. The vision of the city of Tunis are mainly 3 points. So improving the resilience of the metropolitan area by enabling innovation, economic dynamic, cultural dynamic, and use our layers of civilizations, and also make it inclusive for youth to unleash their potentials. Making the city attractive, improving the attractability of the city center, which is the historical part neighborhood. Tunis, of course, just like any capital, has many diverse neighborhoods. They just need to interact better together to create better opportunities or equal opportunities for all. And finally, the local government needs to improve its governance to be able to mobilize stakeholders for the benefit of its citizens and its visitors. As you probably, most of you know, Tunisia was the birthplace of the Arab Spring. We are a new democracy. We had elected our very first municipal council, and we're still building our democracy, so it's work in progress. We have had, in the last 2-3 years, we had many meetings with communities, with city councils, but also with all stakeholders to try and create, come out with our strategic objectives for our city. It was a very inclusive process with many workshops in many parts of the city. The first project or priority that we have come out with is to make the city center a catalyst for innovation, make it attractive, make it a hub for young people who want to innovate, who want to create new solutions, whether digital, whether circular economy, whether mobility. There are plenty of young people with great ideas. We want to make the city, we want the city to become enabler for them to want to invest, to want to explore, to want to unleash their potentials. Making the city more of a territorial economic dynamic that is resilient and sustainable nationally and internationally. The second important project is to improve the connectivity between the different parts of our capital. So we have a central historical center. We also have the suburbs, and we have the LAC area, which is a new community. So improving the communication between them, making them more balanced, and improve the harmony between them, and attract, making the city center an attractive hub for social and cultural activities for the whole metropolitan area. Of course, all this process, we wanted to be inclusive of the residents and space visitors to create ownership and improve the resilience of the whole city. The third project is really work with the suburbs to improve their integration in city development, and that could be through the upgrading of city suburbs, but also improving the transportation to facilitate reaching to jobs and not missing out on economic, cultural, and even political participation of communities that live far away from city center. The fourth important priority is to improve planning, but in making planning more holistic, including energy efficiency, including water sustainability, improving food resilience through improved supply chains that are inclusive of communities within the city and the farming suburbs outside of the city. This, of course, is part of also Tunis City working on improving the climate, being more climate sensitive through creating urban parks that are inclusive of their communities and maybe urban farms that improve livelihoods of communities. The fifth priority is the governance of the local government. So creating the tools that help the local government understand better the needs, how to improve waste management, how to improve mobility, what are the future residential needs, where are the urban communities that are most need of improved territorial management. So there are plenty of tools that could support the local government in improving its understanding of its urban reality and designing the right solutions that are most suited for the communities and the inhabitants. The sixth priority, which is very important, it's urban mobility. It's creating new solutions, trying to think, I mean, of course, improving public transportation. Public transportation is very much used today, but I think, I mean, the city, we believe that it's important to grow its outreach and improve it technically, to improve the participation of citizens, not only economically, but economically, culturally, socially, and politically. There's also, we want to work on green mobility, creating corridors for safe and soft mobility, and those are big projects that the city of Tunis believes are extremely important to improve the quality of life in the capital city of Tunis. That's it for me. Once more, Busan is good. Wishing you a lot of good luck, and thank you for the invitation.
All right. Thank you very much, Leila. Please stay with us because we have some discussion sessions afterwards. Thank you for reminding me about the history of Tunis, including Hannibal. And also, actually, her presentation revolved around the notion of city vision. And actually, Tunis, their city vision is to improve the quality of life. And in order to do that, the Tunis is actually emphasizing the importance of governance, which I take as empowering the local citizens and also the local government, which fits very well with the Arab Spring that went on almost 10 years ago. Thank you very much. Lastly, we have a presentation from Mr. Bellamino Filomeno Neves. He's the Director of Local Decentralization from Dili City in East Timor. He is joining us online from Dili. Mr. Neves, thank you. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all of you. First of all, my respect for all of delegates of this virtual meeting, and also to the organizer committee for this meeting. As you know, that Timor-Leste is a new country whose independence was restored in 2002. Of course, must make every effort to rebuild its country after it was devastated by the referendum in 1999, especially in the municipality of Dili, which is the capital of the state of Timor-Leste, which suffered total destruction as a result of the action of the Indonesian army after its defeat in the referendum at the time. That's why cooperation like this is very important for the municipality of Dili to rebuild its city in this kind of cooperation. As you know, the Timor-Leste as a new country that was founded in this millennium, of course, needs support from various countries in developing their country, and in particular for the municipality of Dili as the capital of the state of Timor-Leste. We also have to make a lot of effort on how to get support and external assistance to support the implementation of the development in this municipality. Therefore, at this meeting, I'd like to inform all participants or delegates of this virtual meeting that we have made a lot of effort in bringing our municipality to become a municipality which in time we hope will have the same resistance as other cities in the world. Dili, as a state capital of the Timor-Leste, located in the northern of Timor-Leste, with an area of the 368.12 square kilometers, and has a population of 324,269 based on the 2022 population census data that conducted by the Timor-Leste National Statistic Agency. Dili in a very strategic position, surrounded by the mountains and the sea, and because of its small area, but it is inhabited by the majority of population in Timor-Leste. Traffic jams often occur in every corner of Dili city. Dili, as a municipality in the capital of this nation, has 5 administrative posts or sub-districts and 31 villages, also 222 sub-villages. What effort we have done in international exchange and globalization. Timor-Leste, as the new country that was founded in this millennium, of course, needs support of various countries. So in this case, we also make every effort, as mentioned before, that with the construction of the modern nation state, cities and places were formally supplanted in the theater of international relations. This means that in an increasingly global and modern world, based on the increasingly vibrant implementation of democracy, whether we like it or not like, we must be able to make global adaptation. To achieve such goals, we must be able to make international exchanges in line with the global world, so we are not left behind. In order to achieve this goal, we must be able to make international exchange with the global world so as not be left. And one of the efforts to go in that direction is that now we are also collaborating with Busan in the context of sister cities and friendship cities. As a human being, we cannot live without another person around us. And as a nation, we cannot live alone without others. Without others. As the capital of Timor-Leste, the municipality of Dili must collaborate with other cities in the world to continue its development in various fields, because the city of Dili, which was built during the Portuguese era, was and then continued in Indonesian illegal occupation for 24 years due to the war that happened after the referendum in 1999. The Indonesian side, before leaving Timor-Leste, they burned down this city, including other cities in Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste is Australian Indonesian neighbor. We are near to each other and we have a very good relation. We can choose our friend, but we cannot choose our neighborhood. Therefore, we always foster good relation with all our neighbors so that we can work together in a more harmonious context in developing our city, especially Dili municipality. The effort of our city in international exchange is to maintain good and close cooperation with our friendship and sister cities, also with other cities, to strengthen our cooperation in the areas of common interest. Apart from this, in this moment also, I would like to explain here that the municipality of Dili, as the capital of the state city of Timor-Leste, is located very strategically, as it is flanked by other municipalities which directly border it, such the municipality of Aileu, Likisa, and Manatutu, and at the north part, bordered by the sea. That position often causes conflicts and disputes, especially those related to the issues of boundaries for the distribution of the Dili city and business development. Therefore, the Dili Municipality Authority must carry out diplomacy with the other officials and public municipalities in obtaining mutually beneficial solutions. One of the real examples of this diplomatic effort is what happened between Dili Municipality and Likisa Municipality, where to place the landfill area. Dili does not have an adequate area for garbage disposal. Therefore, Dili must carry out diplomacy and negotiation with the communities in the border area of Dili and Likisa municipality. And diplomacy is carried out according to our tradition in Timor-Leste, namely conducting dialogue with the community leaders and the Likisa municipal authorities to obtain an agreement. And at the end, we can get a mutually beneficial solution. And currently, a garbage disposal area, landfill, for Dili have been built in Tibar between the border of Dili and Likisa municipalities. Telling on cooperation with others, I would like to stressing here that we have taken some cooperation with several cities, like Darwin, Northern Territory of Australia, in 18 September 2003, in the area of education, tourism, cultural, economy, and business and sport. From our view, we think this areas of operation is very important for our country, especially for Dili municipality, because you know that as a new country, a new municipality in this era, I think it is very important to level up or to enhance the capacity of our population. It is very important to develop the capacity and the ability of our citizens, especially for the Dili municipality, and also in terms of tourism, cultural, also economy and business and sport. The mayor of Dili city participate also in Darwin International Dragon Boat Festival or International Trade. So with the discussed highlights program as follows. We build a great relationship between two cities. We also take some student exchange. City of Darwin provide financial support to Dili for the flooding. As you know that several time ago and also recently in 2021, our municipality, we faced a large flooding in our municipality. Dili together with its business participated actively in the 2022 Darwin International Virtual Trade Show. Also, our friendship with Lisbon City, Portugal, it was take part in 2001. City of Coimbra in Portugal, 2003. Maputo in Mozambique, 2022. Those three cities are located in the Republic of Portugal. Friendship City with Busan, metropolitan city in 2015, June 2023, in cooperation in area of municipal management, urban planning, solid waste management, urban drainage, transportation system, etc. Timor-Leste and Republic of Korea established diplomatic relations in 2002 and have maintained this relation for 21 years. Now, we continue to maintain this relationship more ties through friendship city cooperation, city-to-city diplomacy. City best practice with other cities. Best practice of international cooperation with other cities. In this case, I would like to explain here that some important element that we consider that this is very, very considered as a key to realize, to accelerate the best practice in the international with the other cities. The first one, something that some element that we consider very important is communication. Maintaining good communication, a strategy with other cities, strengthening solidarity and collaboration, promote our identity, including our cultural identity, uniform language with other cities through increase the English knowledge, organize and develop the student and staff exchange program, exchange information as a mechanism to define what are the other cities' best practice that necessary could be implemented in our country, our city. In other part, I would like to express here also the main areas of cooperation with Busan City. we already have an MOU agreement signed in 25th May 2023 about the friendship city between the two cities, Delhi city and Busan metropolitan city. Therefore, currently, the Republic of South Korea, through the bilateral cooperation, already have a good cooperation with us. The areas, uh, important areas we our city need to cooperate more with Busan city as follow. First one is education, as it is an important area that our country and city need to develop as Delhi city, as Delhi city is the center of everything, including education, training, and others. Term of a scholarship program, Timor-Leste as a new country, we also need to educate more our young people, and if could possible, the Busan will, with the cooperation with Timor-Leste, especially with Ili municipality, can provide a scholarship program to us in order to increase our capability and knowledge, which later we can develop more our city. The other thing is cooperation between cities in sending workers to work overseas in the area of agriculture and civil construction. Why this is we consider as the important thing that we have to effort hard how to get this this cooperation. As all of you know that Timor-Leste is a new country. Right now I will express here that we have limited resources in terms of financial, how to finance our citizen or our community to get field of work. It is very difficult to have. So via this cooperation, we hope that other countries, especially also Busan, if possible, can receive or accept with our to how to facilitate to facilitate our community or our young people to work in your country, because as you know that we are limited in resources, limited job lead to high unemployment. It is, I think it is in other things also we need some cooperation in the area of field of environment. Conclusion, Dili has carried out diplomacy and negotiation with communities in Tibar area, the border of Dili and Likisa municipalities, for the implementation of the garbage disposal and landfill area. There is already a cooperation between Dili city and other cities, including the mayor of Dili municipality has participated in Darwin International Virtual Trade Show in 2022. MU signed assignment for the friendship city with Busan Metropolitan City in 25th June 2023 and focused in several areas important. I think that's all. Thank you very much. I offer back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Neves, for your presentation. As you might be well aware, actually East Timor had initially gained independence from Portugal and then recently from Indonesia. But still, I was impressed that it is trying to have good relations with Indonesia and Australia, which are its neighboring countries. Actually, our presentator made some specific requests, and one of it was to develop more scholarship programs so they can send more students to Busan. And also, he touched on our EPS, or Employment Permit System, 고용허가제, so that it could allow some more workers to come and work in Korea in the agriculture and construction sector. All right, we have about 10 minutes left. Although it's brief, it'll be a quick Q&A session. Let's start with Ms. Yeon Kyung-sim. I think you should be the first batter here. Please ask some questions to the presentators.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I'd like to give my very big applause to all the representatives from the three cities. It's quite amazing. And after listening to these wonderful speeches, I found out that even we located in very different areas, we have very same understanding about the city development and city diplomacy. So I try to give I prepared the three questions to the three presenters. Is it okay?
No, just one present.
One present.
One
Okay.
question. We don't have much time.
I see. So, and my question goes to Ms. Leila Ben-Ghassan.
You have one question for each presenter?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Well, why don't she ask one question to each of you, and each of you just respond. And then I think it's more important for us to close on time rather than keep going on, okay?
Thank you, Chairperson. I try to do my best to not to spend much time. Firstly, after the presentation from the Almaty, I was very surprised that we have very similar about the green smart city, and it's very same like the smart city Almaty. And one of the very interesting part is about the music and museum and very cultural aspect. So my question is that how Almaty expects to work with other cities by the cultural aspects, because Busan is also the UNESCO Creative City of Cinema. So we have very common sense. So I want to share that your experience working with other cities in terms of the cultural aspect. My second question to the Tunis, and I believe that the Tunis shared a very wonderful and amazing projects highlighting that the city development, and absolutely I believe that this is quite important for the enhancing the position of Tunis as the very globalized city. And while conducting this project, I want to know that is there any kind of a chance to work with other cities to go through this kind of project? It must be a very good experience for the Busan as well. And lastly, my question to the Delhi, and I should say very congratulated the Delhi joined the partnership with Busan, and I'm very happy to have this chance with you. My question is that the speech is very wonderful because that he touches that best practices of the city-to-city cooperation. So I want to know that what is that the requirement for all of us to go through that the best go through that the good city diplomacy, or that the cooperation between cities, like that. I mean that the precondition or the preparation. What kind of preparation is required for carrying out the good cooperation between cities? Thank you.
All right. So let's start with Almaty. Would you be able to answer her question? I think it was about the Green Smart City and your plans for cultural cooperation.
Thank you for your question. We believe that we will work with each cities. It is very interesting for us, and we believe that we will have. We have a lot of many cultural objects. For example, if you know about the Video or Chimpulak, if you have been in our city, you know that one of the famous thing in Almaty is mountains, and it is very interesting. We invite you and all people all over the world to visit this cultural thing, and we want to have this same, for example, dorama. The word dorama, it is interesting, I think.
All right, thank you. I think, all right, how about our, from Tunis? Also, actually, a question was asked about the city cooperation, your visions. Please.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think I'm going to start with the last question first. It's how to make cooperations between cities successful. I think each city has its own has succeeded in some field of expertise, and exchange is always extremely important to help cities develop. I think there are two very important elements that are crucial to making city-to-city partnerships a success. I think there needs to be initially a local understanding of the circumstances, and I'm sure as cities we have important knowledge that we need to be transparent about with our opportunities and challenges, to ensure that if there is any technology transfer or know-how transfer, then it's customized to the local circumstances. Why is this important? Mainly because this is how you can make it sustainable. We can't just copy-paste solutions. We need to understand local circumstances, find mutual understanding to customize to the local reality, to make sure that once the projects are over, there is sustainability and there is ownership, and this will contribute to growth. As for opportunities for collaboration, I think Korea is very efficient in many fields. To state a few, maybe public transportation, renewable energy, e-government. Those are fields that the city of Tunis wants to make some progress in, and could be areas that could open potential for collaborations.
Thank you very much. Let's finally let's hear from Dili, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. As you know, that Timor-Leste, based on our constitution, that we always
always
bring up our cultural value. So in this case, I'd like to explain here that our diplomacy of Portugal, for example, we have to enhance our capacity on how to have good Portuguese or influent in Portuguese. And other side, as you know, that Portugal with us more than 450 years in Timor-Leste. So some cultural values that we have, some culture same in aspect of the cultural value. So we have to, what we have to do, we make some approach, cultural approach, how to gain how to gain and to know how to get the best solution. In other parts of Australia, like with Australia, as you know that Australia, our neighbor, so we have to enhance our capacity and the capacity of our community here. First of all, in terms of language, how to dominate language in this case, to discuss with them. And we promote our cultural value and also how to make adaptation with the cultural value of Australia. it is in terms of external diplomacy. In terms of our country, like in Delhi, we also make our approach based on our cultural value, human relation value. We approach informal leaders first, informal leaders, because historically we have the same Dili and Likisa, for example, we have the same cultural value. Via this preparation, this criteria, we can get the best solution in how to overcome our conflict and dispute that we face during the development of our Dili municipality. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think let's give a big round of applause for our panelists. Well, today's presentations and panel discussions were filled with insightful contents. You know, Busan recognizes the importance of establishing a foundation for sustainable city diplomacy, and Busan has been making significant efforts to build domestic and international city diplomacy networks. Today's session was a good part of that effort. To propel Busan into the global hub city, it is crucial to strengthen the functions and roles of organizations like the Busan Global City Foundation, which is dedicated to the public diplomacy. And I believe Director Hwang Gi-sik, also a good friend of mine, is the person most qualified for this effort. Now, we believe that discussions like these should continue in the future, and we hope to meet you all again next year with even deeper and more engaging topics. We ask for your ongoing interest and support for the foundation. With that, we conclude the Busan Global City Forum. All right, before we close, I would like to ask every one of you come to the front for a photo op, because a photo in Korea, very important. It leaves evidence, but also it is a way of concluding our conferences. Thank you very much. 앞으로 나와서 사진 한번 찍겠습니다.